What's up, everybody? Good morning and happy Friday, TGIF. TK Show coming to you from the TDS Sports Talk Studios this morning. Thanks for hanging out with us, whether you are listening on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM. Also available to stream up online at sportstalk1051.com. You got the Wisco Sports App, YouTube, Man Cave TV stream up and rolling. I got your Alexa devices as well. Just say, yo, Alexa, play WAYY. Multiple ways for you to be joining in this morning. Shoe Doctor's bullpen line, 715-830-1912. What do we have on our game plan for the final day of the work week here? We're going to talk some Brewers. Pat Murphy reportedly getting a new contract, first reported by The Athletic. Getting a couple of years added with a club option that could take him to the age of 70, according to reports. And then according to Jeff Passan from ESPN, Pat Murphy's new deal with the Brewers, which adds 2 years onto his contract and includes a club option for 2029, guarantees $8.95 million in new money and makes him one of the highest paid managers in Major League Baseball. So don't know the exact numbers. Don't know, where it compares to maybe like Craig Counsell or anything like that. But Jeff Passan from ESPN saying that he is now one of the highest paid managers in all of Major League Baseball. Now, on the surface, it would make sense, right? You got the two-time defending National League Manager of the Year, back-to-back. But I think it's also kind of important to note that, hey, this is a Brewers team that we know they budget. They don't spend willy-nilly all the time. So to commit and make Pat Murphy maybe one of the highest paid managers in all of Major League Baseball, I think it's, on the surface, it's like, well, no doubt that should be like, an easy decision. But I think also, too, that they recognize that maybe Pat Murphy, the job that he has done and kind of looking at the roster, they're kind of putting maybe a little bit more of their chips in the middle of the table here and counting on Pat Murphy to continue to do his magic and lead this group to exceed expectations when it comes to all the projections and such out there. So, but we've got our first spring training game coming at your way tomorrow. So, baseball games gonna be happening finally. So plenty of Brewers talk all morning long, not just with Pat Murphy's new contract, but we'll talk some more Brewers, especially when our guy Mr. Brandon Berg joins us starting in the 7 o'clock hour. Speaking of Brandon, we'll do some local sports roundup with him as we take a look at the prep sports world. We got playoff hockey. We've got some hoops, all that good stuff. So Brandon will break it down for our latest local sports roundup, brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. I know for hockey, Eau Claire Memorial falling to Superior, so it sets up Hudson versus Superior. Stevens Point defeated Chippewa Falls. So Stevens Point will be moving on. That's Division 1 in Division. We'll go through the rest of them here with Brandon coming up. He's the expert and such. So we'll take a look at all that for our local sports roundup coming at your way here in a little bit. But speaking of hockey, though, and we got state individual wrestling as well. But speaking of hockey, what a game yesterday in the Winter Olympics. Team USA, Team Canada for the gold. Team USA getting the victory in OT, having to tie it up late in the game, but then coming away with that victory in overtime. So fantastic game yesterday, and potentially we'll find out today if we're going to get the same matchup on the men's side for the gold medal game. We've got the semifinals for the men's side for Olympic hockey. We've got Team USA. They're going to be taking on Slovakia, and Canada is going to be taking on Finland. So we'll do some Winter Olympics updates and such. A quick look at where the medal count is currently right now. Norway still leads in overall medals with 34. The United States has moved up into second, though, overall with 27. They have 9 gold medals. Norway has 16 gold medals. So, also on the docket, the Bucks are back in action tonight as they kick off the rest of their season. Their All-Star break is over with. So they will pick back up with 29 games left to go in the regular season here for the Bucks. Excuse me. So we'll take a look at the final 29 here, starting off with tonight's game against the Pelicans. It'll be on the road for the Bucks, and then they return home for that stretch that we've talked about numerous times. I think quite the opportunity here for the Bucks. Staying at home, but able to maybe take advantage of that schedule. Yes, they've got some quality opponents and some tough opponents coming up here while they will be at home, but maybe an opportunity here for the Bucks to make a little bit of a run. Can they pick back up where they left off before the All-Star break, where it looked like they were gaining some momentum in those last couple games, with a couple of new contributors like Cam Thomas and such? Can the Bucks pick back up where they left off and maybe get some of that momentum again? So we'll talk some hoops, talk some Bucks. I know Badger basketball is back in action this weekend too, as we start to wrap up the college basketball world too. I know Blue Gold basketball men's final game for the regular season coming up tomorrow. Same for the women's side; they're still in it for a chance to get in the WIAC tournament. So, but that season's starting to wrap up here as well. Plus, I know we got Blue Gold softball beginning today for their opener over at the Sonintake Center. So what else do we got on the docket? We're going to talk a little green and gold as more names are being reported for the special teams coordinator. So Bill Huber has just been on it right now for SI.com. But we talked about it a little bit yesterday. For the first candidate that was reported out there that was getting interviewed was Cameron Accord. Used to be special teams coordinator under Bill Belichick with the New England Patriots. Has been an assistant with the Giants the last couple of years. We've gotten a couple more names out there. Kyle Wilbur expected to interview. Now, Wilbur, he was a quality control coach on special teams for the Packers in 2023 and 2024. But he has been with the Saints as an assistant right now. So obviously a little bit of familiarity. And then another name being thrown out there. That is Todd McMahon. So that's a name that we've kind of speculated a little bit about after the news of Rich Bisaccia stepping down. So those are just a few names that have been reported that will be interviewing for the Packers special teams coordinator position. So we'll throw a little football chat in there. It is Friday, so we'll catch up with our doc, Dr. Austin Crow, inside the training room, brought to you by Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. That'll be coming up just past 7 o'clock this morning. We'll chat. We'll do our Pump the Brakes Full Throttle, probably coming up in the 8 o'clock hour, brought to you by AJM Automotive. Plus, a little cream of the crop. We'll do our cream of the crop. If you want to make your picks for cream of the crop, go ahead and do so. You can hit us up with a quick text on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line at 715-830-1912, or hit us up on the YouTube video stream. So let's pitter-patter. Let's get at her, shall we? Let's open it up talking some baseball, shall we? Pat Murphy getting a new contract, becoming, according to some reports out there, one of the highest paid managers in all of Major League Baseball, just after 2 years at the helm of being manager for this Brewers team, and now reportedly one of the highest paid managers in all of Major League Baseball. We'll talk about that and then talk a little spring training as our first game coming your way tomorrow with the Brewers taking on the Guardians. So lots to get to here. Let's get things rolling. We'll take our first break, and then we'll be back with the leadoff coming up in just a couple minutes. When it comes to glass, clarity matters. At Post Glass and Mirror in Chippewa Falls, you'll find expert craftsmanship and dependable service for your home, business, or vehicle. From custom shower doors and mirrors to window replacements and auto glass repair, they do it all, and they do it right. Whether you're upgrading your space or fixing a crack before it spreads, Post Glass and Mirror delivers quality that you can see. Local, experienced, trusted. That's Post Glass and Mirror in Chippewa Falls. Clear solutions and built to last. All right, let's get going here this morning. Let's talk some Brewers, shall we? Let's talk some Brewers with Pat Murphy getting a new contract extension, according to now the team has not made it official, which is probably no big surprise because Mark Atanasio just the other day said that they don't talk about contracts and all that sort of stuff, but reported by various outlets that Pat Murphy going to be signing a extension that will make him one of the highest paid managers in Major League Baseball. This according to ESPN. So it was first reported by The Athletic that Pat Murphy was getting a contract extension, but ESPN is reporting that he's now going to be one of the highest paid managers in Major League Baseball. The new contract adds 2 years to his contract, to his current contract. It includes a club option for 2029. It guarantees nearly $9 million in new money. So, again, not sure exactly what that number is in terms if we want to kind of compare it to, let's say, because I've got a hunch that a lot of Brewers fans would like to see it compared to how much Craig Counsell is making, per year and such, because Craig left and wanted to set the bar for manager salaries and getting big pay raises, and he got it from the Cubs. So I'm sure there's probably, I'd be curious, okay? Not going to lie, I'd be curious to see where kind of Pat Murphy makes compared to one Craig Counsell and such. But nonetheless, Brewers putting in, recognizing what Pat Murphy has done for the last couple of years with this ball club and rewarding him with that new extension, keeping him around. And it could, depending on the club option and such, could keep him around until he's about 70 years old. And right now, you look at Pat Murphy, does it look like he's slowing down anytime soon? I don't think so. So I know some people are kind of having some fun with it, saying that'd be right into his prime, the way things are going at this point in time. But, on the surface, for a lot of people, be like, well, duh, you've got the two-time reigning National League Manager of the Year. Of course, you got to make him one of the highest paid managers in all of baseball. But in the same breath, we know this is the Brewers, okay? And I think, after a couple of years, they're like, all right, we're going to double down on this. Pat Murphy has done a lot. I think we could all agree, too, has done a lot, maybe with not a ton of resources, or gotten the most out of a younger squad, out of a a squad that has proven a lot of people wrong. So, excuse me, as you can tell, my voice is a little coming in and out. But as you can tell, the Brewers, I think, are kind of doubling down on this and saying, all right, let's see if we can kind of continue to roll with maybe this type of philosophy. You know what I mean? So, Pat, let's rewind it, though, from a couple years ago to when Pat Murphy was first hired to where it's at now. I don't think anybody could have predicted this to happen. I don't think the Brewers predicted this to happen. I don't think really anybody predicted this to happen. Maybe a handful, maybe a couple here, but I don't. To say right now on February 20th in 2026, if you'd have said, hey, in a couple years, Pat Murphy is going to be one of the highest paid managers in Major League Baseball, I think a lot of people would be lying to themselves. So to see where this is at, it has been such maybe one of the best decisions in franchise history. Can we already say that after a couple of years? One of the best decisions in franchise history to name Pat Murphy as manager of this ball club. And what has he done? Well, he's led this team to back-to-back division titles, after, his first year, they trade Corbin Burns before the season starts. They still win 93 games, one more than what they did the previous year. And then this past year, they trade Devin Williams and such, lose Willie Adames, and they win 97 games, setting a franchise record. Finally winning a playoff series for the first time since 2018. Goes back-to-back Manager of the Year awards. Is it too early? I don't think it's too early, but I think it's right now. It's easily, when we look back at this, how many years down the road, and we look back at this time frame or this tenure, I think it's clear it's been one of the best decisions in Milwaukee Brewers history to hire Pat Murphy as manager. Now, are the odds in favor of maybe his ball club going to win 90-some games again this year, depending on who you ask? If you go to the projections, you go to the odds makers, no, they're probably going to say not going to happen. But yeah, would you be totally surprised? I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if Milwaukee won 90-plus games again this year. And a lot of it is because of Pat Murphy and the way he leads his ball club and the way the guys buy into it. Going back again to a couple of years ago when he was first hired, there was the conversation, would his style work at the major league level? Yeah, he was bench coach for how many years under Craig Counsell, was interim manager for the Padres a little bit. So, he had been at the major league level for a long time. But obviously more known for his college run as manager. But there were people out there kind of questioning, okay, is this style going to work and all that sort of thing? Is this just kind of we're going to fill in for a couple of years with Murphy and Ricky Weeks is going to be the manager in waiting because he was named associate manager under Pat Murphy? Now it's like, no, that might not be the case anymore since, Ricky Weeks isn't on the bench anymore. He's in the front office. But it has been, I think, just a fantastic hire. Now, would Pat Murphy's style, because that's a question that's thrown out there too, is does Pat Murphy's style as a manager, would it work for a team like the Yankees or, Dodgers or whatever veteran-heavy team is out there? That's the thing that people kind of throw out there now, but who cares at this point? Because, I'm sorry, it works for the Brewers, and it works perfectly for the Brewers. So, good for Murphy. I think, again, when we kind of talked about it for the last couple of weeks and such, when you do a poll or you do like a Q rating, for coaches across the state of Wisconsin, you're going to be hard-pressed to find anybody above Pat Murphy right now for Wisconsin sports fans. I think you're going to be hard-pressed to find that. Honestly, I haven't heard a whole lot of negative things, bad things that fans have griped about with Murphy. And, baseball, with 162 games in the regular season, of course, there's going to be second guessing on decisions, whether to keep a pitcher in or, having a pinch hitter in. There's always going to be that every single season. I don't care who the manager is. There's going to be second guessing that every year, every season. So there has been times like that with Murphy. There's no question. But the overall job performance that he has done in his 2 years, you can't really gripe. You can't complain too much. Sure, we all would love to see, postseason success and getting to a World Series. But given kind of the expectations and the projections and just looking at a lot of this, they've outperformed a lot of those. And I think a lot of that is a credit to Pat Murphy. And even at this ball club, too, we talk about, his style and relating to younger guys and such, but you hear a lot of the positive stuff from veteran players, too. So it's not just, younger guys or younger players. You're hearing a lot of that stuff from from veteran guys too. So Brewers will kick off their spring training schedule tomorrow, 2:10. First pitch. Going to be taking on the Guardians. We're going to have some baseball this spring. That's not. We call it spring yet here in Wisconsin. No, it's fake spring. But nonetheless, baseball is right around the corner. So with spring training games set to start, what is the main thing that you're going to be following all spring training? We've kind of dabbled in these topics leading up to it, biggest storylines and such, but give me a player or give me something that you're going to be following the most when it comes to Brewers spring training. All right, hit me up with a quick text, 715-830-1912. We got to take a quick break, but plenty more to get to. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Depending on where you're listening to us from, you might have some school delays or school closings a little bit further to the south of us, but it's a good reminder again. Head to our website, sportstalk1051.com for the WEAU 13 News school closings, brought to you by Hovland's and ServiceMaster. So again, it's a lot of the schools are just to the south of us and such, but I know our signal kind of goes pretty darn far south. So wanted to throw it out there that you might want to double check our Sports Talk our website for the Hovland's and ServiceMaster WEAU 13 News school closings and delays. Like Neilsville, you're opening up 2 hours late. Nakusa, you're closed. So got a lot of like the Toma and La Crosse area. It looks like it's closed as well. So go check it out. The list got a little bit longer from when I first looked at it about 20 minutes ago or so. So good reminder, even though it doesn't look like anything here in our neck of the woods in Eau Claire and in the Chippewa Valley, we did get that system bypassed us. So, all right, yeah. Somebody texted in. It sounds like you can use some hot tea. I definitely could use some hot tea, no question about it. Try to open up this voice a little bit more, like a Starbucks tea with some honey or such. Wish they delivered, but yeah, I definitely could. Apologies, but still trying to get through this little head cold or whatever the heck it is. But all right, continuing our Brewers chat here this morning, we've got our first spring training game coming your way tomorrow. So with spring training nearly upon us, who's the player or what's the one thing that you're going to be following the most during this Brewers spring training? And it's, don't say wins, okay? That don't matter, all right? That don't pay attention necessarily to wins and losses in spring training. I think one of the interesting things for me to follow this spring training when it comes to the pitching, yeah, we're going to be, who's going to be the starting staff, top 5, top 6, outside of Brandon Woodruff and such. But even you throw in Brandon Woodruff and you're just hoping that the guy can stay healthy and such. So, but see, Bob, you're not around Altoona or Eau Claire anymore, right? If you were and you didn't, how dare you, sir? You could have dropped off something. Anyways, but going back to the pitching and such, excuse me. For me, what I'm going to be kind of curious about is like, how do the Brewers decide to handle some of their starters in spring training? Because what I'm trying to say is a lot of pitchers will work on some new stuff when it comes to spring training, maybe work on a new release or a new pitch or something like that. But with kind of maybe jobs up for grabs, do some of the pitchers just go out there and do their best to try to win one of those jobs and try to impress? Or do those pitchers try to continue to expand their arsenal and work on some new stuff? Woodruff's a little bit different, a little bit more established, right? We just want him to stay healthy, get through this thing, get through spring training healthy. All's good with him. But you look at some of the other guys, like maybe a Mizorowski. What if he wants to work on a new pitch, or a Quinn Priest or a Chad Patrick, those younger guys? Or maybe it's better suited for like a Chad Patrick or a Logan Henderson. Maybe those guys that are kind of on the bottom tier, like, okay, they can make that starting rotation, or maybe they're going to be coming out of the bullpen. They all want to be starters for the most part. So they go out there and, all right, impress us, pitch your best, or is the focus going to be on, hey, let's work on a couple things here and such? And because, more established guys, they can probably work on some new things. So that to me is going to be interesting to see how the Brewers kind of handle their pitchers and the game plan. Maybe that's the best way to say it. What's the game plan for these pitchers when it comes to spring training games? That's definitely one thing that I'm going to be kind of following along and paying attention to. And, certain players, obviously, everybody's going to be paying attention to, third base. Whether it's Jet Williams or Hamilton or Luis or Brock Wilken or whoever, right? And yeah, you're going to be paying attention to defense, but I think a majority of us fans are going to be paying attention to, okay, what can they provide offensively, right? That's kind of maybe the main thing that we're going to be looking at. And look at last year, like Vinny Capper was hitting incredibly well at spring training, and it allowed him to win a job to open up the season as third base. Is there going to be that type of scenario again this year? Joey Ortiz. I think, we're going to, and I don't want to put a whole lot into spring training numbers or anything like that, but, I think we're going to be kind of following along and paying attention to him too, that, hey, we want to see some positivity or some improvement when it comes to the offensive side. So I think, put the expectations into check a little bit, but at the same time, I think, we want to see some positive stuff and see some growth and such from maybe some of the younger guys in that. Some improvement. Those are just probably a few of the things that I'm kind of paying attention to and such and kind of following for this spring training. But the main thing is just making sure guys stay healthy, right? It's kind of like football and preseason and training camp and all that. Just stay healthy. Let's get through this without any injuries. Let's get through this where nothing is going to affect our regular season. It's kind of the same thing here for spring training and baseball and the Brewers. But yeah, definitely a lot of the stuff that we had been kind of highlighting these last couple weeks leading up to this moment to begin spring training, still the same thing. So it's hard to just kind of, and then of course Garrett Mitchell. I kind of want to follow him, and I know it's, again, I don't want to put a lot of stock into spring training numbers and such, but just maybe give us a little bit of positive vibes. Give us a little bit of positive vibes getting into the regular season and such. So, who are you going to be following? What is the main thing? What is the main storyline you are going to be following when it comes to Brewers Spring Training now that games are here? All right, let me know. Give me your picks. 715-830-1912. We'll have plenty more Brewers chat throughout this morning. We're going to get back to some Brewers chat when we get our guy Brandon here. But I want to take a quick break, switch gears here just for a quick sec, and get you updated on the latest in terms of the Packers' search for a new special teams coordinator. All right, with a couple names that are being reported out there that are interviewing, have interviewed, scheduled to interview for this position. We'll tell you that coming up after this quick break. Accidents happen. Getting back on the road shouldn't be stressful, though. At Superior Auto Body in Eau Claire, you'll find experienced technicians, quality craftsmanship, and service that you can trust. From collision repair and dent removal to full paint work and insurance coordination, they handle the details so you don't have to. They'll restore your vehicle the right way, safely, professionally, and with attention to every detail. When your vehicle needs expert care, choose a team that puts quality first. Superior Auto Body in Eau Claire, bringing your vehicle back to life, one repair at a time. We got about 10 minutes left to the top of the hour here. So, reminder again, coming up just past 7 o'clock, as we usually do every Friday, we'll catch up with our doc, Dr. Austin Crow, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Then after that, we'll catch up with Brandon Berg and that through the end of the program. But switching gears here just a little bit, we got some names that are being reported out there as going to be interviewing, requested to be interviewed, have interviewed, however you want to phrase it, but for the Packers special teams coordinator job. And shout out to Bill Huber from SI.com because he's been nailing this with a lot of these reports here. So first up that we kind of highlighted yesterday, Cameron Accord, who was the former special teams coordinator under Bill Belichick with the New England Patriots, has spent the last couple of years as an assistant with the Giants. Another name that is being reported out there, Kyle Wilbur. He was a former linebacker, but he was also quality control coach with the Packers on special teams from 2023 and 2024. So he's got a lot of experience with Rich Bisaccia, having played under him too. So, but maybe that's a possibility. This would be an example of a younger guy, a little bit inexperienced and such, getting a shot to run his special teams. And then another name on the list is Tom McMahon. Todd McMahon. Can't say it with this voice right now. I apologize. But he's the one who replaced Rich Bisaccia as special teams coordinator for the Raiders in 2022. But he is a longtime special teams coordinator, has been a special teams coordinator since 2009. And he is expected to be interviewed as well. So you got a mixture of experienced guys and right now, not that much of an experience when it comes to that position. I'm not going to pretend to try to figure out what Matt LaFleur is going to figure out. And, we kind of talked about it with ESPN's Rob Domofsky yesterday. And if you missed that, it is up on the Man Cave podcast. But kind of, we talked about the same thing. It's hard to, or it's not as easy just say, oh, LaFleur's got a connection with that guy, so that's going to be the hire, because he has proven it, or he has shown, I should say, that just because he's got a friendship with him or a relationship with him or a working relationship with him, that doesn't always mean that that's going to be the instant hire. You look at the last couple of defensive coordinators, for example. So, and I'm not saying Wilbur isn't going to be the hire, but that isn't automatically a lock just because he was with the Packers for a couple of years, and obviously Matt LaFleur knows him and such. So I honestly feel like we're gonna have a hire reported here fairly soon. I feel like that's going to be the case. And I know they got the combine coming up next week. I don't think Matt LaFleur last couple of years has not gone to the combine. And we've kind of seen that trend. It's not just, LaFleur, but we've seen that trend where head coaches don't go to the combine anymore in that. But yeah, I just my gut, just my pick. I think we're going to find out here in the next few days who the new special teams coordinator is, and let's just get everything set in stone and let's fully dive into the offseason here. So, but those are the names so far that have been reported for Packers interest, and there's probably. Here's the thing, too. There's probably other guys that aren't being reported that are being considered, that are being thought of for this spot. So, but if anything does happen to pop up this morning, we'll definitely keep you informed. So, All right. So, again, next hour, we're going to do some local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. We've got lots to hit up on. I know busy nights last night with some playoff hockey. So we'll get through the latest on that. We've got individual state wrestling. We've got, college stuff to hit up. We got the Berkey going on. If anybody's going to the Berkey and such, let me know. But we've got lots to hit up on for our local sports. We'll chat with Brandon Berg on that coming up probably in the next hour. 8 o'clock hour, we will do our AEJM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. Hey, if you got any suggestions or nominations for Pump the Brakes or Full Throttle and we like it, we'll throw that into the pile there. So you can send us your Pump the Brakes Full Throttle mentions or suggestions. Also, we'll do Cream of the Crop. If you have a Cream of the Crop pick, let me know. Share it with the rest of the class. We'll talk some hoops, too. The Bucks are back in action tonight as they take on the New Orleans Pelicans. First game since the All-Star break. I think a big thing for me when it comes to the Bucks now, first, I haven't really heard, a timeline more about Giannis and that, but I think a big thing for me with the Bucks is can they pick up where they left off in those last two games? Is that break going to maybe take away a little bit of that momentum? Or are they going to be able to kind of pick up where they left off in those final two games? Because they're going to need it for these final 29. Time is running out. You want to get into that play and you want to get into that, at least into a play-in round for the playoffs. This is right here with this home stretch. I know it's a road game tonight, but you got to win games like, I guess, the Pelicans. And then you got a long, long, long home stretch. Yeah, you got to take advantage of that. Did see the NBA is really taking this tanking thing seriously, according to ESPN. This is actually from Shams, so I know, just relaying it. But Commissioner Adam Silver informed the league's 30 general managers on Thursday that the NBA plans to make anti-taking rule changes for next season. Multiple sources with knowledge of Thursday's general manager meeting, as well as a late January competition committee, told ESPN that the following concepts have been discussed to curb tanking. First-round picks can be protected only top 4 or top 14 plus. Lottery odds freeze at the trade deadline or a later date. That'd be interesting. No longer allowing a team to pick top 4 in consecutive years and or after consecutive bottom 3 finishes. Teams can't pick top 4 the year after making conference finals. Lottery odds allocated based on 2-year records. Lottery extended to include all play-in teams. Or maybe simply flatten odds for all lottery teams. I feel like that might be one of the most easy ones. Just everybody has kind of the same odds. Doesn't anybody who's going to be in that lottery for a draft pick, everybody's got equal odds. So I feel like that might be the easiest one. Maybe that's like step 1 in the whole process. Interesting to see. I do feel like changes are going to be coming here to curb tanking. So, what say you? As I know, basketball, NBA, not the biggest, not the biggest diehard fans out there, but we got some. What are your thoughts on tanking? All right, what are your thoughts on that? I don't know if I know there's a lot of talk in the NFL about, remember the whole tank for Tua thing, but yeah, interesting. So, all right. We'll kind of do maybe an informal poll on that. Maybe we'll do that as a 715 Speaks poll question brought to you by Post Glass and Mirror. So Badgers are also back in action. They're going to be taking on Iowa on Sunday. Badgers looking to bounce back after their loss to Ohio State on Tuesday. So Iowa's going to be coming to Wisconsin. And this is going to be another tough matchup. And I was looking at some of the bracketology out there when it comes to Wisconsin and Big Ten teams and that. There's some that have Iowa as a higher seed than Wisconsin right now. How about this one? This is from CBS Sports. Wisconsin is an 8 taking on SMU. If Wisconsin were to win and they would face the 1 seed, it would be Michigan. That's CBS's bracket. I don't know if Michigan would want that, considering Wisconsin, handed them their first loss and such. Was it the Joel and Nardi bracketology I saw that had? No, that one isn't updated yet. So I think that one gets updated today. I think he does his on Tuesdays and Fridays. So, but yeah, I did see one where I was like, Iowa was a 7 and they had Wisconsin as an 8. So, but it's going to be a tough matchup on Sunday for the Badgers. No question about it. So, all right. Shot clock's going to cut me off. So we'll kick off the second hour chatting with our doc, Dr. Austin Crow, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, for some inside the training room. And then we'll get to Brandon Berg coming up after that as well. First quarter in the books. We got 3 more to go. We'll be back after these news updates. All right, second hour. All right, second hour kicking off right now on this Friday morning. Thanks for hanging out with us, depending on where you're at. Hey, if you're a little bit further to the south of us, again, reminder, you might want to check that or check our website for the latest school closings and delays, brought to you by Hovland's and ServiceMaster. I know it's a little bit further south, but our signal tends to go pretty far south. I've heard people tell me it even reaches into Iowa. So, we got listeners down there. Might want to check, see if you got no school today or maybe if there is a delay. We got Brandon Berg. We'll do a local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center coming up this hour. Lots to get to with wrestling, playoff hockey. We got hoops, college stuff. So we'll hit it all up with Brandon coming up here in just a little bit. We kick off this hour, though, like we normally do every Friday with our Dr. Austin Crow, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Good morning, sir. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic.
Attaboy. Hey, I want to lead off again, probably with the same athlete I think we led off for the last couple of weeks, Lindsey Vaughn, because I had read somewhere or I saw a headline that said she hasn't stood up or walked on her other foot or walked around at all since that injury. Is that normal? I mean, I would imagine bedridden. Is that the best way to describe it? She hasn't been moving around at all. Is that kind of normal with her type of injury that they wouldn't have her be moving around even on that other leg and such?
I would say actually a little atypical. Generally, we want to mobilize patients for a number of reasons. Number one, it's overall good for just health. I mean, to be up, breathing, blood clot prevention. There's a number of reasons that, walking or ambulating is good to do. So that being said, when people have a large spanning external fixator, it is hard. What she has in her leg, the erector set, if you will, it is hard to get around. And she also, at least at the last picture I saw, and maybe there's newer ones now, she still had a wound vac on. So she's got tubes that are coming off the leg, which basically is so a wound vac is a basically self-contained unit that will seal a wound, and it has continuous suction, so it pulls fluid off of it. And so it helps keep it sterile and intact. And so between that and the external fixator, it can be certainly hard to mobilize, but I am a little surprised that she hasn't moved around. So I don't know, maybe she has a little bit of an injury to the other leg as well that would hold her back, or maybe there's something else that they're worried about. But I mean, I would say generally speaking, one of our goals with patients as much as possible is mobilize them. And everyone's different, right? So some people that means simply sitting up in bed. Some people means pivoting, transferring over to a chair, but our goal is always to get them to walk. So yeah, a little bit of a head scratcher there.
So with that, to use what you just said, the erector set on her knee, is that in place to maybe until the swelling goes down, but when they can fix the rest of her knee or leg injury?
Yep, exactly. That's exactly why we put it on. So the bones are what we focus on, right? So everyone's talking about the broken bone, but remember that's just part of the injury, and so the soft tissue envelope, so the muscle, the skin, the connective tissue layers, they all can be damaged as well. And so when people have a severe injury like she does, they develop, in her case, a condition called compartment syndrome. So that's where they perform those fasciotomies, which they open up. And that's all assumed, by the way. I don't think she's officially said it, but from the pictures, you can clearly see that's what was done. So at that point, the level of swelling is tremendous. So, I mean, the whole reason that you have to do fasciotomies is because the swelling is so severe that the leg is literally starting to pinch itself off, and it's crushing the nerves and arteries. And so if you don't do anything, eventually, literally, the leg will die. So yes, the swelling is significant. So at that point, you put on the external fixator, and then you wait for the soft tissue envelope to calm down. Once it's in a better condition, then you can do the definitive surgery. So at this point, I mean, honestly, given the timeline, I would think she's due for that surgery pretty dang quick. I mean, it's rare that we keep them on that long. Sometimes at the foot and ankle, just because there's less tissue around the joint, sometimes they'll stay on for a bit longer. But I would have to imagine she's ready to have that definitive surgery really quickly here. If not now, I mean, hopefully within the next couple of days. And you can only leave those wound vacs on for so long with fasciotomies. So she has to take return trips to the OR for washout. So if the surgeons are saying she's not ready for the definitive surgery, they're going to go and at least do that where they click wash out. And it's like literally a 10-minute surgery. You just wash it out, change the wound vac, put a new one on. But just obviously you don't want an infection. So yeah, the X-Fix will stay on until her definitive surgery, which again should hopefully be soon for her sake. And then the fasciotomies, the question is, will they be able to close them primarily where we just sew that back closed? often the swelling is so severe they end up having to do skin grafting. So it wouldn't surprise me if she ends up requiring some skin grafting on that leg as well, but certainly time will tell.
Well, kind of relate to Lindsey Vonn, her ex-boyfriend, Tiger Woods, was talking the other day, another guy that we've talked a lot about over the years. But he was doing a little press conference and wouldn't rule out playing in the Masters this year, which a couple months away from now. But also did say he is back to hitting full shots, said some are good, some are not good at this point. But he's recovering from that October surgery where it was a lumbar disc replacement surgery to fix a collapsed L4, L5, such. I mean, we've talked about Tiger a lot, Austin, and just how he has gone through so many surgeries and the comebacks and such. I know he's like 50 right now. For him to try to come back and play, the Masters and such, that's got to be incredibly, incredibly difficult for him to do, I would imagine.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about him a lot. Why? Because he's done a lot of things. I mean, the litany of injuries that he's had, some sports-related, some not, are extensive, and some of his injuries are very severe. So the injury that he sustained into his leg in that motor vehicle accident, I don't know how many years ago that was now, but I mean, that is just a horrific injury. But back injuries are unique in some ways because really there's no way to offload your back in any great way, right? So if you're a golfer, it's just like, yeah, how about you just, golf without getting your back involved? Like it's not even possible to do. Like you can try adjust your swing or load on your leg or wear a brace on your knee or ankle or whatever. But just when it comes to a back like that, there's not a lot you do. So in the past, he's had multiple back surgeries. Those were discectomies and probably laminectomies. So those are basically ways to remove disc herniations or pinch nerves in the back. But to my knowledge, this is the first time he's had a procedure to affect the actual disc directly. The two options you have are fusion, which is very commonly done, or a replacement, which is what he did have done. So replacement, like any other joint replacement, they're trying to put in something metal and plastic to mimic a normal part of the body. So they're going in and they're going to be putting in metal plates on each side. And I'll be honest with you, when we did those in residency, they were kind of in their infancy. I think there was an option that was metal and plastic, and there was one that might have been metal and ceramic. But either way, and then one might have even been metal on metal. But either way, it basically articulates. And that's the idea, right? A fusion, as the name implies, fuses it together. So it's solid, it's locked together. The problem is of course, your back is made to move. So if you fuse a level, the stress goes to the levels above and below. So whenever you fuse it back, the kind of joke in spine surgery is that the patients that keep on giving gifts, right? So because when you fuse one level, the next level is going to eventually go. So once you have one level fusion, eventually, given enough time, the levels above and below, it's called adjacent level disease. The theory is if you can keep motion with a disc replacement, it decreases the risk of that adjacent level disease. So especially someone who's trying to twist his back with a golf swing, maybe a replacement will work better. But to circle back to your initial comments, like getting back would be a tremendous feat. It would. I mean, that being said, he continues to shotgun on me every time. It's like, all right, well, Tiger, no way he can come back from this one. Oh, he did it. Oh, this time I just don't see how it's possible. Yep, he did it again. So I'm not writing him off till he officially says he's out. But it just the list of things that he has going on in his body is just getting long, and he's getting older. So I mean, I wish him the best, and it'd be amazing to see a comeback story. And no question about it, he draws a lot of attention and kind of brings more focus on that sport. So I'm sure the PGA would love it if he played. But at some point, one of these is just going to be one too many. And I don't know if we're there now, but back surgeries are always a big, big surgery, and they're always something that can put a career in jeopardy. So time will tell, but I would say it's a big surgery, and I think there's definitely a risk this could be it for him. But in the same token, like I said, I've given up writing him off because I've been proven wrong time and again. So I'll say until proven otherwise, he's playing, I guess is how I'd say it.
I know Tiger probably wouldn't say this would be an accomplishment, but I mean, even if he just went out there and played 4 rounds at Augusta, regardless of where he finished, would that just be an amazing feat in itself?
Yes, I would say so. No, I have no question about it. I mean, to be everything he's been through, for sure.
Wow. I know we got the combine coming up here, and I want to ask you a quick question on that, but I saw this, and this was actually from a couple weeks ago, but the NFL released some injury data numbers a couple weeks ago, and a big one was ACL injuries. They said ACL injuries reached a 7-year low this season, down 25%. And Executive Vice President of Player Health and Safety, Jeff Miller, said that the decline was driven largely by fewer non-contact tears, which is significant given how frequently ACL injuries occur without contact. He said, in terms of knee injuries, ACL injuries are frequently non-contact injuries. It involves someone decelerating quickly or landing from a jump awkwardly. When you see those numbers, a 7-year low down 25%, is there something there when you guys, in your profession, when you look at that and you study that, is that something there? Is that maybe kind of a rare thing? Do you pay attention to stuff like that where, okay, what are we doing differently that maybe kind of led to that decrease, or do you think it might just be an odd year sort of thing?
I mean, truthfully, I think it's just an anomaly. I think if you look at a single year data point, it's hard to draw a lot of conclusions. If that's a 3, 5, 10-year trend, all right, now I'm going to start buying into it. I mean, there's a lot of reasons that could, ebb and flow. I mean, a lot of people point their finger at, the artificial turf as a big culprit, but studies haven't borne that out to be like really maybe as bad as people think it is. People love to point the finger at something, right? I mean, someone gets injured and they want to say, well, that's why it happened. But at the end of the day, I mean, unfortunately, ACL tears are part of sports. I mean, we just see them time and again. I see them all the time in young athletes. And it's obviously a devastating injury, and no one likes to see it. But if there's just nothing we're going to be able to do that takes it to zero. Could it be, some change in some preventative program that they're doing? Possibly, again, but I would tell you, I think it's more just like a fluke year. Give it another year or two and it'll be like, oh, look, the number's back up, and just kind of work back towards the average. Because I just don't think there's anything happening in the sport that's going to radically change it. I mean, we're still seeing bigger, faster, stronger people doing things that just make your jaw drop. I mean, the way they're able to cut and pivot and change on a dime, that's amazing. But the forces across the body, the ACL hasn't evolved in the past 50 years, yet humans are bigger, faster, and stronger. So the ACL is being pushed to the point where it's, beyond what it can do. And that's when you tear it. And so it is that I was an NFLPA, whoever you said made that comment, it's decelerating and awkward landing. That is definitely a common mechanism. I mean, we see it where, a person's adjusting. I mean, we all have the video of Michael Parsons in our head right now. Yep. Of him kind of trying to change direction, and you see him plant his foot in the ground, the knee buckles in, and that is just, I think you texted me and I was like, that's for sure an ACL. I mean, there was just zero question that it's just out of a textbook, and sure enough it was. And so you see that. I just don't know how you can change that to zero. I mean, again, there are things that we can do to strengthen legs and do other things, but it's not going to go to zero. But maybe there are some improvements, and maybe there's some changes that are occurring. I don't know, but to me, it's, again, I put that up to a fluke number, but we'll see, I guess.
There was an interesting quote here, and I wanted to get your reaction. It was actually from strength and conditioning specialist Scotty Smith of Green Bay. Said that fatigue and training habits play a major role in injury risk. He said, quote, I've compared it to a pilot who has to log hours. You can't fly a plane for so many hours without taking a break. In athletics, we just pound time and minutes. We're made to believe that if we don't do more, we're falling behind. But better is better. We have to focus on quality of minutes, not just the total amount. And I know we've kind of talked about the load management or resting and such. Would you kind of agree with that quote that he said there?
Absolutely. Yeah. So there are studies that have shown tear rates occur more commonly in the second half of games. And so there's fatigue. Now there's always gonna be fluke things, right? So there's people who get injured on literally the first play of a game. So, I mean, not always, but there is a correlation with fatigue. And in fact, that's one of the things that I will often counsel my patients as they're coming back from an ACL is, hey, look, as you're getting back into the swing and your leg starts feeling kind of, weak and jello-y, make sure that you pull yourself out. I mean, you have to make sure your leg is in good shape, because that weakness and fatigue that allows the leg to collapse in, like we just talked about, that we call it dynamic valgus force. So the knee falls in, and it puts a tremendous amount of stress in the ACL, and pop, there it goes. right? So you want to make sure that you're feeling good. So yeah, I mean, there are guys that are trying to push themselves and get more endurance and more strength, and maybe that will decrease the rates a little bit. I mean, that's certainly a possibility. But then, of course, then you'll chase your tail because now people are getting more overuse injuries because they're training harder. I mean, it's it's a never-ending battle of like how do you actually navigate all that. But to answer your question, yes, there is a link between fatigue and then lower extremity injuries. Absolutely, there is. But so you can certainly try, get in better shape and keep those legs as strong as possible. And at some point you can decrease it. You can't take it to zero, of course. But yeah, that is a valid thought.
So we got the combine starting up next week, and obviously, guys are going to be trying to run their 40s and do as much bench presses and such. But, every year we've kind of talked about this, I think, Austin, probably one of the biggest things that these teams are going to be looking at is putting these guys under their medical history and testing these guys out. What do you think are some of the type of injuries that these teams find that maybe the athletes didn't even know about beforehand?
I would imagine a lot of them are going to be pathology in the shoulder. So like, subtle instability, labral tears in the shoulder. They may not be overtly symptomatic, but they're the precursor to maybe a bigger problem. People who have had, and a lot of them are going to honestly be people who have had previous surgeries. I have a friend who covered the Patriots for a while, and he was telling me some of the x-rays that they saw guys who had previous surgeries that maybe didn't go great. They maybe were doing okay, but you could see the MRI or x-rays, and you're like, that surgery basically failed. Yet they're still out there playing. Obviously, the team's going to say that's a high-risk draft pick, right? So there are things that really, I think the microscope really comes out when it's a previously injured joint. So, but de novo ones could be maybe shoulder, knee, but really it's when someone's had a previous injury or surgery, they're going to really look at it. So let's say you tear your ACL, you get it reconstructed. There are a lot of people that bounce back and do great and basically never have a problem again until they get older in life. But sometimes there's additional meniscal injuries, there's additional cartilage injuries. And those are things that, I mean, we've all seen that path that athletes take. It's that slow, swirl down the toilet bowl as the knee gets more and more arthritic problems, aka injury to the cartilage surface. And it's a pattern where the knee just slowly degenerates. And you can see that early on. So there are absolutely going to be guys that get MRIs, x-rays, where teams are saying that knee or shoulder, whatever joint has had a surgery, it clearly is not 100%. And it's just a risk we're not willing to take. Or at least we are, but it's not in the first round, it's in the fifth round, things like that. So there are times where there are these surprise drops and you get Mel Kiper and people saying, who knows what, like I will tell you, there are absolutely times that's a medical reason. Now that's never disclosed. They don't come out and say it, right? They don't do that. But the team internally will say, we are not drafting that guy because, X, Y, or Z.
Right. Interesting. He's Dr. Austin Crowe, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Appreciate the time as always, Austin. And I'm sure maybe next week we might find out some of these injuries that pop up during combine testing that we're going to be talking about next time.
Absolutely. There always is.
Yep, exactly. All right, buddy. Have a good week or good weekend. We'll chat with you next time.
Sounds great. Take care.
You got it. There you go. Dr. Austin Crowe, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Let's take a quick break, and we'll get our guy, Mr. Brandon Bergen, here coming up after these quick words. When it comes to fresh, convenient, and delicious, Hy-Vee in Eau Claire has got you covered. From farm fresh produce and premium meats to bakery favorites and ready-to-go meals, everything you need is under one roof. Planning dinner tonight, grabbing lunch on the run, or stocking up for the week? Hy-Vee makes it simple. A store that feels like your neighborhood market, just a little bit bigger. Plus, with daily and weekly deals and seasonal specials, there's always something new to discover. Hy-Vee in Eau Claire, where there is a helpful smile in every aisle. Good morning, Brandon.
Hello.
How are you?
Not too bad. How are you?
Not, well, you could tell the voice, kind of recovering a little bit here, but feeling better than what it was earlier in the week here. So I'm just glad somebody else is in studio now to help talk to me.
To get sick? No.
Yeah, that too. But yeah, I mean, busy week for you. I know we're going to do some local sports roundup and such a little bit later on, but
yeah, we're in that prime time. It's these few weeks here are kind of the knockout weeks where you go from everybody to only a few people or a few teams or a few whoever left pretty quickly.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So I know hockey last night and such kind of continuing. So, but we'll deep dive into that coming up here a little bit later on. I want to talk some more Brewers baseball with you because, again, this was something that you threw out a few months ago was, once we get to spring training, one of the things that you were going to be kind of curious about was whether the Brewers were going to sign Pat Murphy to an extension or if he was going to get an extension. Well, he's got an extension now, according to reports. Now, the Brewers haven't made anything official, which isn't too surprising because Mark Anasio just said the other day we don't talk about contracts. But I thought one thing that was kind of good for it, I'm not arguing with it, but Jeff Passan said, with the deal, it makes Pat Murphy one of the highest paid managers in Major League Baseball now. And I don't know if we'll ever find out the number, but I'd be curious to know how that compares to Craig Counsell. I think Brewers fans are just kind of curious to see where that's at.
Right, and I do think it's a little funny that obviously when Counsell left, one of the reasons he left is he wanted to maybe initiate more growth in manager payment.
Yep.
And well, I guess in some ways he kind of did that because, well, guess what? Now his replacement is right up there with him. So
exactly. So. I think for on one hand too, I've seen some people say, for Milwaukee to do that, to make him one of the highest paid managers too, it probably also maybe indicates that, okay, we're going to continue down this plan. Like they maybe acknowledge that, hey, he has been a big reason why we are having this amount of success. Not to knock the roster or anything like that, but it's like they've over exceeded expectations.
I think they're like, they just, I don't know, it seems like they kind of have taken on his identity a little bit, maybe a little bit more than with Counsell. And obviously they're two very different people and they're two very successful managers, but it just seems like, and I don't think it's a coincidence that it's a younger group that's doing that. I mean, when you have Pat Murphy, who has the background of being, primarily a college, coach for most of his career, it's a very different, skill set than, Craig Counsell, who's, basically, obviously he went to college in Notre Dame, but he spent his whole adult life in the pro game.
Right.
So it's just different. I don't know if Pat Murphy is going to be a great manager for every team.
Right.
Because I think if you get to a team that's more veteran, they may, I don't say, be a little less likely to maybe listen or maybe want to tune him a little bit more because it is a little bit more of what you see coaching younger players.
Right.
I don't say the rah-rah style, but we know the style of manager and just honestly just the style of person that he is.
I mean, we just saw, his clip of his speech, right?
Right.
What he addressed the team and such. Because I can see veteran guys like, okay, sort of thing rolling their eyes.
But the guys that are veteran on the team are Brandon Woodruff, who's been around him, Christian Yelich, who's been around him, and maybe that temperament is a little bit more suited to that style.
Right. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I was saying a little bit earlier. I totally agree with you. He may not work with a Mets or Dodger or whatever, but he works for Milwaukee. And that's why, he easily deserves this extension and such. I mean, I don't think there's anybody who's like.
No, I think that's just kind of one of those okay, that's an easy layup. And sometimes, in life, when you get a layup, you just take the layup. Like just get him extended.
Yep.
Make sure he is properly financially compensated, which part of the contract too I like is the fact that, essentially it's a redone contract. It's not an extension. So he's making a lot more this year than he was in his previous contract.
Right. I love that, MLB.com reached out to him, Adam McCulvey, I'm assuming it was, and his response was, I'm just glad I have a locker here again, continue to have a locker. I mean, that's, again, for what we know of him, kind of a typical response and such. So I know Mark Anasio talked a little bit earlier in the week, did his usual media sessions. Did he say anything that kind of like either made you roll your eyes or anything like that?
Not really. I mean, I think it was pretty straightforward with what you kind of expect from him, and the expectations for the team and stuff like that. So, yeah.
I thought it was one interesting thing that he noted that Major League Baseball is asking organizations to have a succession plan. Did you see that part? Because he was asked about, when his sons maybe potentially taking control. And it was, I don't know if it was this year or last couple of years ago, he said that Major League Baseball asked all clubs to have a succession plan in place or an idea. And I thought that was kind of an interesting thing to kind of maybe ask these ball clubs for.
Right. Especially if you're an owner that's probably not in any, I don't know if that's the case with Mark, but you're not in any hurry to necessarily step away. But, I mean, maybe it's that way. So that way, if something happens, if there's, something unfortunate that happens, that you're not kind of scrambling at that point of, well, now what do we do? Like,
right.
The kids, if the kids weren't looking to take it over, in some example, I'm not saying this one, I'm just speaking in generality, but like if the family or the younger kids just weren't looking to take it over, it's like, well, then what? Like,
right.
You basically don't want to be in a spot where the team just doesn't really know what to do.
Right. Well, you bragged about it on Twitter last Friday or Saturday or whatever it was. So Brewers got your man Luis over at third base. Let me ask you this question that we threw out earlier in the week. When you look at now the depth that Green Bay, that Milwaukee has at third base with Luis, with Hamilton, and let's throw Jet Williams in here. Compare it to what it looked like maybe a few weeks ago with Caleb Durbin, Andrew Monasterio, and Siegler. Would you say the depth is a little bit better right now, maybe from a veteran aspect, when you compare the two?
I would here's the thing. It's very possible that Luis Rendifo does not put together a better season than Caleb Durbin. But I don't think that's how the team was looking at it.
Yeah.
I think they were looking at it, well, would you rather have Caleb Durbin? And then, whatever you get out of Monasterio and Siegler, which is going to be more in kind of in a complementary role. I mean, if things go right, if those guys are getting a bunch of at-bats, something probably didn't go right.
Right.
Or would you rather have, what they got in the return for the trade plus Luis Rendifo, who is someone that's coming off a down season, but from 2022 to 2024 was, I would just say, solid. And to me, that's what this is about. It's about raising the floor.
Mm-hmm.
It's possible that, I think it was 2 years ago he had a wrist injury, and it's possible that what we saw last year from him might happen this year. But at the very least, it's a lot more proven of an opportunity where at least you can say, okay, I can see what they're thinking there. I can see why they went in that direction, at least to start, because it's kind of like in NFL having a bridge quarterback. This is it's someone that, you're not expecting to go in there and suddenly, hit in the middle of the lineup and hit 30 home runs and drive in 100 runs. Like that's not who he is. That's not what he's going to do. But it's someone that has manned third base, has played there a lot, and actually has played around the infield. So immediately he fits in with the Brewers because he's played a bunch of different spots. And he's somebody that, doesn't strike out a lot, that can steal some bases, that has shown some power in the past, like a switch hitter that hits lefties better than righties. But to me, it's somebody that raises the floor.
Right.
It's somebody that, unlike last year when you started the year with, the combination of Oliver Dunn and Vinny Capra, that this is someone that's actually done it in the majors before.
Mm-hmm.
Now a lot of people might not have, seen it or known it because he was playing with the Angels, and the Angels kind of right now are pretty much an irrelevant franchise outside of Mike Trout.
Right.
But it just to me, it just gives you a little sense of, okay, this is someone that's done it before. Whether he does it again is another question, but at least there's a little bit more there than last year with the way they started the year with, okay, here's these two guys that have never really played in the majors before. They've never really done it before. And then when they got their chance, they didn't really do it.
Right.
And they're not with it. And they're not with the organization anymore. So,
So to me, it almost like, okay, you make this move. It almost is like, okay, now we don't have to maybe rush Jet Williams or make a decision that we don't. It almost reminds me of the Caleb Durbin one from last year a little bit, where, okay, maybe you start him down in spring training a little, or in AAA, and and bring him up.
And I think that's part of it because Jet Williams really hasn't played much third base.
And Caleb was like that too, right?
He was. He hadn't played much, and he hadn't played much at AAA either. So there is some comparison there. But also, my thinking is, let's put it this way: if Luis Rendifo comes up and he struggles for 2 months, that could be enough time to bridge to Jet Williams or Brock Wilken or Andrew Fisher if he continues to move quickly. Like the Brewers have a lot of infielders, and we know, obviously the more prominent ones with Jesus Mate and Pena. But those other guys I mentioned, like by the end of this year, it's very possible they're in Milwaukee. That could happen a little bit sooner if they get up to a hot start. But like you kind of need that bridge to get there.
Right.
And to me, Rengifo was one of probably 2 free agents that were probably about as good as you were going to do for that.
Mm-hmm. And as you mentioned too, the versatility that he provides, even like if you bring up that guy, then maybe he's back to a bench utility type of player.
Yeah, he's a guy that could still play a couple times a week, make a start at second one day, make a start at shortstop if if Joey Ortiz is struggling, or just to give him a start at shortstop. He can still play at third base. Like he's played some outfield before. So like the succession plan of if one of those third basemen is just, knocking the door down to get to the majors, and then suddenly you move into a utility role where he's playing still a couple times a week, but you have that versatility. That's not a bad thing.
Right. Yeah. So I feel better obviously now about it. And I know I was reading a little bit too, when you look at Luis and some of the advance, I think this was from Jack Stern, mentioned, third base defensively, he's not great over there, but we're starting to hear more about now the third base coach for the Brewers. Is it Andrew Fisher?
No, he's no.
Or not Andrew Fisher. Who's the Brewers third base coach? Now I just blanked on his name. No, come on now. It is Matt Erickson. That's
he's more of like, and he does like he worked with the
infielders too. And Matt Arnold talked about Matt Erickson, and when they were looking at Luis, and Matt Erickson kind of like scouted him and such, and you kind of look at the infield play over the last couple of years. Like, I guess I'm trying to draw comparisons to the pitching. We always kind of talk about pitchers coming to Milwaukee, and Chris Hook gets his hands on them. You feel good if a pitcher kind of comes. But you look at the infielders that the Brewers have had from second, shortstop, and third, and deep. Look at how Caleb Durbin improved last year.
Yeah, and that and the thought was, Durbin maybe didn't have the arm for third, and he could make all the throws there. So
right,
but yeah, like maybe there's some. I know Matt Erickson's someone that's really kind of well regarded in that organization. Has kind of worked his way up. Was managing the Wisconsin Timber Rattlers not that long ago.
Yeah.
Now he's an important part of the big league staff. But that's kind of how it works together. Where obviously people look at the Brewers and they think, oh, they can develop pitching. It's like, well, part of that too is the fact that those pitchers are usually pitching to pretty good defenses. When you look at Joey Ortiz, who for the struggles he had offensively, I don't think anyone ever questions his defense. No. Obviously, Bryce Terang and, before Ortiz, Willie Adames, and just some of these other people.
Right. Yeah, Ortiz from third to shorts, and that such too. So I've just got to, that's the first time you kind of heard Matt Erickson's name kind of being mentioned, really kind of developing these infielders and such too. So with spring training, we got our first game tomorrow.
Yeah.
When you approach spring training, what is something that maybe you kind of follow or pay attention to? Like for me, it's going to be curious how the pitching, because everybody's like, well, how's the pitching staff going to roll out? But what's the Brewers mindset going to be with these younger pitchers? Because sometimes I think for veterans, maybe you're working on some new things or a new pitch and that. But then you got younger guys maybe trying to win a job in that rotation. Like where's that balance going to be? How do you approach spring training as a Brewers fan?
Number one, I just want to see as few injuries as possible. Early on in spring training, no news is usually good news.
Yeah.
You don't have to hear, well, this guy's got a short shoulder, or this guy's having a little something in his elbow, so he's getting shut down for a week or two. Like you just.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I don't know. Just it's always such a long rollout. Some guys will be out there day one.
Yeah.
Some guys it's going to take a little bit.
Yelich we may not see for another month.
We might. No. Ryan Braun was always famous for needing like 4 games.
Right.
Like he would go out there like the second week of March. He would get like a few games in. He would just like, okay, I'm good.
Yeah.
Like some guys, it takes a while.
Yep.
But yeah, just get through there without anything significant injury wise, and then. I'm curious because I don't know how many, especially I would say on the position player side, how many spots are up for grabs. because I'm not sure on the position player side how many it really are. Because I mean, if you're looking for like backup spots, Gary Sanchez is the catcher.
Yep.
Like, if you're looking for the infielders, I would think that David Hamilton's probably your primary backup infielder.
Mm-hmm.
Blake Perkins is probably your backup outfielder. Like, maybe there's room if some guy, if I don't know, like an Eddie's Leonard or someone just hits the cover off the ball in spring training, one of those guys that kind of makes the decision for you.
Right.
But pitching, there probably is a little bit more. But with the thing we don't know right now is amongst that big group of starters, I would say outside of Woodruff, Mizorowski, and Priester, I think those three are probably pretty well, concrete in there. But like, if someone, say Brandon Sproat, doesn't make it out of spring training as a rotation piece, number one, does he go down to AAA and continue to kind of work on things? Or number two, is he start as a reliever?
Mm-hmm. Like,
it's interesting. And plus, the Brewers now suddenly have a bunch of lefties. When you factor in like Aaron Ashby, probably on the barring something like Jared Koenig, same thing.
Robert Gasser,
but then you got Robert Gasser. You've got, the guy that
Harris.
The guy that might honestly be on the outside looking in is Rob Zastryzny, and he's done well when he's been in Milwaukee. It's just, but when you kind of look at these other guys that might be in front of him, it's the younger guys. It's a Kyle Harrison they traded for. It's whatever. Like suddenly he's a guy that gets to the end. By the time you get to the end of spring training, if he's not pitching for a spot in Milwaukee, he's pitching for a spot somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
I think he probably just knows, hey, if I pitch well, I should be pitching in the majors. It may not be here, unfortunately, but it might be somewhere else because other teams are going to be noting. The Brewers may have a bevy of potential lefties, but other teams may not.
Right. You were mentioning some of the younger names and position players and such, and I'm trying not to look too far ahead, but with the numbers game and such, Jesus Mate, Brock Wilken, if he could stay healthy, he's had some bad luck injury-wise, right? You mentioned Fisher, Jefferson Kiro, catcher, some of these young pitchers.
Yeah, Luis Pena.
I mean, it's also kind of hard not to be excited about the future, right? I mean,
and that's, sometimes there can be a bit of a stigma. It's like, when don't be a prospect hugger.
Yeah.
Don't assume like, well, every prospect is going to be, because they're not going to be. But if you take a talent and a numbers approach to it, generally your higher profile ones, and certainly Mate and Pena would fall into that category. It's like, okay, but those are the it's one thing if it's a bunch of guys that are ranked in the back half of the top 100, which sometimes those guys work. I mean, guys like Brandon Woodruff and Corbin Burns, I don't think were ever. They were like top 100, but they weren't like this is the number 10 prospect in all the major.
Right.
And a guy like Jesus Mate has been pretty much universally a top 5, if not higher. Like seeing some people say like by this time next year he could be the top ranked universally the top ranked prospect in the sport.
Is he best suited at short?
Probably. I think you'd like to keep him there.
Yeah.
I think that's where the value probably lies with him.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he's more likely to stick there than Luis Pena, who probably might end up at second, maybe third. But,
and you got Bryce Serrag over there too. So
it also depends on how this looks when you get there.
Yeah.
Like, those guys are still, I think, probably a little further away because they're still so young. Like, I know people can look at Jackson Chourio and say, well, he did. It's like, he did, but that, that's kind of the exception, not the rule.
Right.
For every Robin Yount or Jackson Chourio that's playing in the majors at a young age, there's a bunch of others that are getting rushed too soon. And the Brewers are kind of at that thankful spot where they don't have to do that.
Right. Yep. I totally agree, man.
But maybe that's even kind of the other thing to kind of keep an eye on spring training is a chance to see these guys.
Yeah.
Because they're going to be playing a lot,
mm-hmm.
Especially the latter half of games, I'm sure.
Yep.
So, that'll probably be a thing to keep an eye on because, look, once...
Cooper Pratt won a Gold Glove in AAA
last
year, right?
He's a tremendous defensive second or shortstop. But, but it might be just one of those things where that's kind of what you're looking for because, they're going to be playing a lot. And look, once... if Jesus Mate ends up going to Biloxi for AA, look, many of us are going to be watching Biloxi Shuckers games, streaming online or something. So this is your chance to kind of see some of these younger guys.
Right, exactly. Oh man, it's hard not to be excited about the future a little bit too, and just that stability maybe coming up here for the Brewers. So, all right, we got to take a quick break. Good stuff. We'll be right back in just a few minutes. running a little behind, so we will have to take another break here in just a minute or two, but I'll throw out Surveyor's trivia question for us, Brandon. You're going to be better at this one than me. The top 10 Brewers with the highest slugging percentage, minimum 1,000 bats. Minimum 1,000 at-bats. So, top 10 Brewers. Do you need a piece of paper to?
I do.
All right. You're lucky. I've got a notepad right over here. You make fun of me with my notes and pads and paper and all that, Mr. Technology guy over there. There you go. Why don't you just use your phone to write them in? Huh?
I could.
Or take the mouse and type them in there for your computer over there, too.
I'm going to type something in with a mouse?
Yeah, you can. So you can, yeah, you know what I mean. So, okay. We'll get on that here in a little bit. So, also, I want people to head to my Facebook page and vote in the latest Post-Glass and Mirror 715 Speaks poll question, because we are going to bring this up a little bit later on in the program, probably the 9 o'clock hour. It's a very controversial topic. Very controversial. So I know how you would vote. I don't know if you saw it, but I know how you would vote. So I might have a little confession to make on mine too. So that's a little tease. We'll get to that in the 9 o'clock hour. So we're going to do local sports Roundup to kick off the 8 o'clock hour, brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. So we'll hit that up. Also coming up in the 8 o'clock hour, we'll do our AJM Automotive, Pump the Brakes, Full Throttle, and Cream of the Crop. So tell you what, let's take our break now, going to get it out of the way, and then we'll wrap up the second quarter. Sound good to you? You're sitting there working on the Brewers thing. So, all right, quick break, and then we'll be right back in 2 minutes to wrap up the second quarter. Do you already have the 10 guys?
I have a list of 10 people, so.
Well, I'm going to defer to you.
Okay.
My voice is getting worse here now. So, and we got 2 more hours to go here. Nobody's dropped off any tea from Starbucks yet. So,
Oh.
you might have to run the show while I run and maybe get some tea.
Nobody needs that.
All right, surveyor, here you go.
All right. So you had the list there?
Let me see if he texted it over. No, I do not.
So this is the 10. These are the 10 people I've got. Got Christian Yelich.
Okay.
You said a minimum of 1,000 at bats, right?
Yep.
Slugging percentage.
Yep.
I have Christian Yelich, Ryan Braun, Prince Fielder, Greg Vaughn, Cecil Cooper, Jeremy Burnett, Richie Sexson, Jeff Jenkins, Corey Hart, and Gorman Thomas.
Okay, I do have the list.
Okay, I have a feeling I'm missing someone in the 70s, though. That's just not my wheelhouse there. So.
Okay, so did you say Prince Fielder?
I did.
Okay, that's number 1.
Okay.
Richie Sexton is number 2.
Ah.
Did you say Richie Sexton?
I did.
Okay. Ryan Braun 3.
Yep.
Jeremy Burnett's 4.
Yeah.
Jeff Jenkins 5.
Yep.
Corey Hart 6.
Okay. I had yeah.
You had Corey Hart, right?
Yep.
Christian Yelich 7.
Yep.
Aramis Ramirez 8.
Ooh. Yeah. Okay, I am.
Cecil Cooper 9. And then finally, John Jaha.
I was thinking about John Jaha.
Mm-hmm.
I never crossed my mind on Aramis Ramirez, but yeah, John Jaha would have been like one of my next 1 or 2. So
You did really good, man. Nice job. I don't have any sound effects yet, so here you go. Nice job.
Yet.
Nice work. That was all Brandon right there. So nice job. So, all right. We only got about like a minute and a half to the top of the hour. That's halftime here on the program. So we'll kick off with our quick cream of the crops, and then we're going to get into our local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. Busy week, especially with playoff hockey. We got wrestling,
Yeah, we got team sectionals for wrestling tomorrow.
Yep.
Girls wrestling sectionals tonight.
So, yeah, and then I know we got the girls brackets out, but we're going to find out the boys brackets this weekend.
We got boys swimming state today and tomorrow.
Yep.
So, yeah, it's getting down to it.
Got the Berkey up going in Hayward, too, so.
Hopefully they got some snow.
I think they're good up there.
Okay, good.
So, but anybody's going, let us know. If anybody's participating, let us know too. So, but yeah, and then we got some blue gold stuff. I know they're kicking off opening day for softball with today too. So that's a lot of games going to be held at Sonotech to begin the year. But that's one of the benefits of having that. So
what it's there for, right?
Yep, exactly. So, and I know blue gold basketball, the final game for the men's team is going to be tomorrow. Women's still potentially alive for the WIAC tournament. So, but that regular season's already wrapping up for D3 college basketball. So. But all right, shot clock's going to cut me off here in 5 seconds. So it is halftime. We'll kick off the next hour. It's going to be a busy 8 o'clock hour. We'll get right to it after these quick news updates. All right, halftime is over with. Third hour, third quarter, kicking off right now. It's going to be a busy 8 o'clock hour as we're going to do some AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. We got some local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. Really quick, Brewers did officially make it official just 2 minutes ago, posting that they have agreed to a multi-year deal with the reigning two-time NL Manager of the Year. So, officially official now. Locking them up. So, all right. Before we get to that, let's do Cream of the Crop. Before we get to our local sports roundup, Brandon, who is your Cream of the Crop?
For my Cream of the Crop, there's a couple different ways I was going with this, but in the end, I'm going with Michael Jordan.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, I'd laugh because I'd seen someone bring up the point that if you were to add the number of Daytona 500s won, Michael Jordan has won more than LeBron James.
I saw that too, yeah.
So,
yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that's just really cool. And obviously that's very big for NASCAR as well. I think so just being able to kind of, add that to his long list of accolades, and it's especially because when you look back the last few months of, in the off season, the whole, they were a part of kind of the whole lawsuit with NASCAR, which ultimately they got settled out of court, which is a win for them.
Right.
And then to come back in the first race, the biggest race, and have one of your drivers win it, that's
yeah.
Michael Jordan just keeps on winning.
Yeah, he does. Just don't own an NBA team, and
as long as he's not running the Charlotte Hornets, he's doing just fine.
Yep. My Cream of the Crop, we're going to go to yesterday's gold medal hockey game between USA and Canada. USA tying it up with just a couple minutes left, and then overtime, winning it in overtime. So a fantastic finish, fantastic game. And so probably means more the Cream of the Crop than the gold medal for Team USA.
I'm sure.
I'm sure. Yeah. So that's my Cream of the Crop. So, all right. Shall we? Let me just bring this up here quick so I can. Oh, come on, computer. Here we go. All right. Local Sports Roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. Brandon, where are we going to lead things off first?
We can go so many different places. Tell you what. Let's start with hockey. We had hockey regional finals, most of them last night. Some still coming tonight. But on the boys' end in Division I, we had we had all the in this Division I section. We had all of the higher seeds advance, but they kind of had to work for it. Hudson knocking off Tomahawk. Obviously, early in the week, Tomahawk knocked off Eau Claire North. Eau Claire Memorial falling up in Superior, and that was a back-and-forth game. Chippewa Falls jumped out to the early lead on Stevens Point, but Stevens Point ultimately the 7-3 win, and then Wausau West needing overtime before they defeated New Richmond, the 10 seed. So those are your final four. Will be Superior at Hudson and Stevens Point at Wausau West. So
kind of interesting how geography-wise too, right?
Yeah.
Hudson, Superior, obviously familiar with a lot of league-wise, and then obviously Stevens Point.
That's two Wisconsin Valley schools there. Yep. The other one, but yeah. I mean, and then that game is set for a week from tonight at Hobbs. So, we're getting down to it. I mean, like I said, those are all the higher seeds, but it was not easy for any of them.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I think that just kind of speaks to the depth you're going to see and continue to see in the sectional with these four teams. I mean, Hudson's the top seed, but Superior can put the puck in the net, and Stevens Point and Wausau West. I mean, you're always a little leery when you're playing a third matchup of the year, when you're playing a team you've already played twice.
Yeah.
Then you go to Division II where you got Rice Lake. They picked up a 4-0 win against WF the Frederick Co-op. There's letters with it, but I always seem to get them wrong. So, but yeah, they're going to play top seed Amory, who won I believe they won the middle border in the regular season. So. And then in a different section as well, you had a couple of Big River schools advance with Menominee picking up the 6-3 win over Black River Falls, and they will take on River Falls, who knocked off West Salem. So you're going to guaranteed to have a Big Rivers team in Division II in that sectional final, and they'll be taking on either Somerset or Bolden Woodville. That'll be coming up a week from tomorrow. So
okay,
yeah, I mean we're really getting down to it hockey-wise on the girls' end of things. Eau Claire area picked up a 7-1 win over the Cooley Region team to start the postseason, so they'll get another home game here coming up on Tuesday night. They'll be taking on Western Wisconsin after Western Wisconsin defeated Chippewa Falls Menominee 4-1. Other half, you got St. Croix Valley, who was the 1 seed, so they had a bye, and then taking in Hudson, who went on the road as the 5 seed, knocked out the 4 seed Black River Falls. So you got 4 Big Rivers teams left in that mix there. So and that's coming up. I mean, a lot of those are, all those region or sectional semis are next Tuesday. Then the sectional finals are either next Friday or Saturday. It just depends on, who's doing what. But you also got boys swimming state tomorrow. I know you got some relays from Eau Claire and then also from Chippewa Falls McDonald, that are going there for Division I, and then you'll have some Division II action in the mix as well. So yeah, that's down in Waukesha. So they get going with that coming off sectionals last week. So that's the season kind of coming to an end there as well for boys swimming coming up. Tonight you have girls wrestling sectionals.
Okay.
Which one's in Ladysmith, and that's a lot of the teams from around here. A lot of them that were at the Eau Claire North Regional last Friday. But then you've also got one at DC Everest where teams like Stanley Boyd are going to be in action there. But then, we know who's going to stay for boys wrestling. Obviously, it's many, many, many people from this area. But the caveat with the change now this year is you also have the team sectionals coming up tomorrow, where I know for Division I for Marshfield, you've got Menominee, who's a part of that mix. I know in Division III, you've got Cadott, who will be making a trip to Auburndale, and kind of a unique thing there where you got a 6-team tournament, and essentially the top team is going to be going on there. Basketball is wrapping up here. Girls basketball is kind of coming to the end of the regular season. Big Rivers, the big win last week for Rice Lake sets up Rice Lake and Hudson are tied atop the Big Rivers for girls. Hudson's got into Richmond. Rice Lake's got River Falls tonight. Obviously, if they both win, they get a share. If one wins and one loses, they get it all to themselves. Western Clover Belt is, you had the first rounds of the Clover Belt crossover last night. The Western Clover Belt won 5 of the 6. But then you got coming up tomorrow night, you've got the first and second place matchups. You got Marshfield, Columbus, and McDonald. And then you got Regis and Neilsville, which I'm very curious about that one. Both these games are at Stanley Boyd, by the way,
okay.
Stanley Boyd High School. But I'm very curious about that Neilsville-Regis matchup because obviously they're 2 great teams. Neilsville won the Eastern Clover Belt, Regis won the West. But I'm curious how much either of those teams are actually going to show because that's a potential sectional semifinal matchup in Division IV as well. So, and they played earlier in the year. Regis won that matchup. So, I'm very curious about that, but I think regardless, it's gonna be an excellent matchup. So, but yeah, this is gonna be the last night of the regular season, pretty much. Outside of tomorrow, a couple games for girls basketball, but then we got the playoffs next week, and I know you guys kind of went through some of the brackets on Monday with Justice. So,
right.
On the boys' end, you got a little more than a week left. So, tonight you got the showdown at Eau Claire North between the Memorial North. Obviously, you don't need me to say that that's a big matchup, but otherwise you got Chippewa Falls playing at Menominee, you got Rice Lake playing at River Falls, and you got Hudson at New Richmond. Right now you got River Falls and Hudson tied atop the conference, so obviously those are 2 teams looking to just keep winning and let the other stuff take care of itself. In the Western Clover Belt, it's a tie going into the final night of the regular season there with Regis and Fall Creek after Regis picked up the 2-point win over Fall Creek on Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
So another very simple scenario where Regis takes on Thorpe and Fall Creek takes on Elk Mound. Win gets both those teams a share. If one wins and the other loses, then they get it all themselves. But otherwise, you've got Stanley Boyd taking on McDowell and Bloomer taking on Cadott and the other matchups in the Western Clover Belt. But Dunn St. Croix also kind of getting down to it here at the end of the year. You got Durand, who's got a couple game lead, so they can clinch the outright championship all themselves if they get a win over Spring Valley tonight. You got the Dairyland Conference as far as the boys go as well. You got Osceola Fairchild still up top there, and then in the small Dairyland you've got Cocker Fountain City. So we're getting down to it to the end of the regular season. This is at this point it's just stuff comes so fast and furious. And then I know tomorrow in Eau Claire you've got the Big Rivers Conference Gymnastics Conference Tournament as well. So and then gymnastics sectionals are next week, and we're right there. I'm sure this time next week we'll be talking about what the big matchups for the regional semifinals for girls basketball. That'll be a week from today, and then regional finals would be that Saturday, and then we are off and running.
So and this is just kind of a general question. I don't know if it affects anything locally here. Did I see a headline when it comes to wrestling that they had to reseed?
There might have been some slight movements, but yeah, there is for the boys state meet, which they released those pairings on Sunday. They did announce that I think there was just some records that were maybe a little bit off.
Okay.
Due to I think there was something that was counted and it wasn't supposed to be, or vice versa.
Gotcha.
So there were some changes to them, but I don't think it was anything too significant. Like you didn't see a kid that was going from like being a 13 seed to like a 2 seed suddenly.
Gotcha.
But yeah, they so the WIA announced that, and they said, okay, hey, we want interest of transparency. We want to make sure that this is we're saying, hey, we're going to redo this, and this is why.
Right.
Which you want to make sure obviously everything is counted correctly. So. But yeah, that was something that had come out or a little bit earlier in the week. So
yeah. All right, let's do really quick look at the college side of things here. Start off with UW Stout. They've got they're going to be playing a little baseball down in Illinois. It looks like this weekend too. So that season's kicking off for them. Softball for UW Stout is going to be at St. Cloud. In the Husky Dome over there. So women's basketball is going to be taking on UW Platteville. Men's basketball is going to be taking on Platteville as well. On the blue gold side of things, it's going to be a busy weekend here too. We've got a big time hockey game. Women's team taking on number 1 River Falls. You know that's always a good matchup there. That's going to be tomorrow afternoon. As we mentioned earlier, too, softball opening day for them against McAllister College over at the Sonantag. So opening day for them. Basketball, men's team's going to be on the road taking on UW Lacrosse. Women's team's going to be taking on lacrosse at the Sonantag Center as well. And I know swimming and diving, the WIAC championships we're going on too. We got indoor track and field. It's going to be at UW Lacrosse. So
basically, it's all going on.
Yes, kind of got that mixture of wrapping up some of the winter sports and then the beginning of some of the spring sports.
The indoor season. Yeah.
Yep, exactly. So, all right, let's take a quick break. That's your local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. Let's take a quick break and we'll do our AGM Automotive Pump the Brakes, Full Throttle. How about that? So we'll be right back in just a couple minutes. Tax season is here, and that refund check, it's more than just extra spending money. It's an opportunity. This year, why not invest it right where you live? Upgrade your home with beautiful new flooring from Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire. Whether you've been dreaming about warm, comfortable carpet, some durable luxury vinyl planks, or maybe that innovative Rigid Max flooring, or some waterproof options, perfect for those busy families, now is the time to make it happen. Your tax return can go a long ways towards transforming that look and feel of your home. And at Carpet City Flooring Center, you'll find expert guidance, professional installation, and flooring options for every budget. Don't let that refund disappear on little things you won't remember next month. Put it towards something that you'll see and enjoy every single day. Stop on into Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire and turn your tax return into a home upgrade that you will love for years to come. Carpet City Flooring Center. Step into something better. All right. Switching mics, making things difficult on me as Brandon knows.
Sure am.
Switching chairs
Making you
here.
work.
Let's do the AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes or Full Throttle. Reminder, AJM Automotive now has 2 locations to better serve you in the Chippewa Valley. Are you looking for reliable auto service in Eau Claire? Well, you've got options because of AJM Automotive. With 2 convenient locations in Eau Claire, AJM Automotive makes it easy to get the care your vehicle deserves. Whether it's routine maintenance, brake work, engine repairs, or diagnostics that you can trust. Friendly experts, honest advice, quality service that gets you back on the road safely. Just check them out on Facebook, or you can visit them online, ajmautomotiveservices.com. Surveyor had pump the brakes full throttle for us a little bit earlier on. He said, pump the brakes full throttle. This is a Packers one, so I don't know if you want to answer it, but the Packers should go heavy on veteran players in free agency. Players like Calais Campbell, Daquan Jones, Kevin Zeitler, bring in some veteran leadership to show the Young Bucks how to handle a full NFL season. Yeah, sure, I'll full throttle it. So I don't know if you want to answer that.
I think it makes sense.
Yeah. I like the Calais Campbell one. I know he's up there in age, but still. Yeah. 1 year.
He still can get after it.
Yep. I agree.
I haven't looked at the numbers, but I don't know if Kevin Zeitler's ever had a bad year.
Yeah, right.
Ever.
No kidding. No kidding. So, okay. Pump the brakes full throttle. With 29 games left to go in this Bucs season, you think they'll do just enough to get into the top 10 and get in that playing round?
They're, what, a game and a half out now?
Yep.
I think when we talked about this a few weeks ago, I said they would not.
Have you changed your mind?
That's a good question.
I just saw what you did there, too, by the way. No.
It's always said the same thing. So
Yeah.
I like what I've seen early on from some of the incomers. So I will change my mind.
Okay.
I will go full throttle. I'll say they find a way to get to like 10th or 9th.
Yeah, I'm actually full throttle on this too. I think a big thing for me is going to be, can they pick up where they left off in those last 2 games? Because it looked like they were kind of getting a little bit of momentum and such with the newcomers, especially. It's been pretty quiet on the potential return of Giannis, which I don't know if that's going to be anytime soon or such. But when he does come back, how does that all gel in there too? So, but I'm a little bullish on it. I think top 10. Pump the brakes full throttle. Did you see any of the potential changes that the NBA might do to tamper?
I think I'd seen a little bit of it.
Here, I got a list here. First round picks can be protected only top 4 or top 14 plus. Lottery odds freeze at the trade deadline or a later date. No longer allowing a team to pick top 4 in consecutive years and or after consecutive bottom 3 finishes. Teams can't pick top 4 the year after making conference finals. Lottery odds allocated based on 2-year records. Lottery extended to include all play-in teams. Flatten odds for all lottery teams. I feel like that's the easiest one probably. Pump the brakes full throttle. Do you believe the NBA has to do something to curb tanking?
I will go full throttle just because I do want to see. I want to be in a spot where teams are trying to compete. So I will go full throttle that they need to do some things, because nobody wants. I mean, if you're in one of those markets where, I mean, you may like it because hey, maybe they can get and this is going to be a good draft, but it's like it's still, I don't think it's still necessarily good for the game to have teams tank.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to say full throttle as well. Yeah, I think you got to do something with that. So I would agree. I would agree with that. Let's go pump the brakes, full throttle. Let's do a little baseball since we're getting ready for spring training here. Pump the brakes, full throttle. You feel like the Brewers are in a better spot overall at third base now than if they wouldn't have made that Caleb Durbin trade.
I'll pump the brakes just because, like, even if there's some regression on Caleb Durbin this year, like, I do think that there could still maybe be a little more upside there but at the same time, like, I don't think it's significantly like a big difference. Like kind of like I said earlier, I think that it's a better position, not just specifically at third base, like accounting for what they have now versus if they would have kept. But just overall, but not specific, not just at third. Mm-hmm. So if you know what I mean.
Yeah. I'm gonna go full throttle, I think, in this one too. The biggest, I think veteran depth, they're a little bit better at. The big question is now it's like, okay, Caleb Durbin, if we include Jet Williams into this, is it fair to say that Jet Williams' ceiling is higher than Caleb Durbin's?
Yes, because there's more power there.
Yeah.
I mean, he's hit for more power in the minors. Now there's a little more swing and miss, but it's nothing to be alarmed about. Just that Caleb Durbin was like among the best at just not striking out.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I would say there's a little bit more upside there, or a little more ceiling there, just because he has more power.
Yeah.
He's hit for, I think it was like 18 home runs or something last year in the minors, something like that. So I think Caleb Durbin hit like 9 last year, if I remember, 9 or 10, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think that's fair to say.
What was I going to say next stuff? Do you think part of that Caleb Durbin trade, not to kind of revisit it, but do you feel like honestly, like the Brewers just felt, okay, that's probably to quote Michael Jordan, the ceiling is the roof. What we saw from Caleb Durbin last year was probably peak Caleb Durbin.
I think so, in part because, I mean, when you look at some of the advanced numbers, like then this is more offensively. Like, he was someone that, put up pretty good numbers, especially, average on base, whatever, despite not hitting the ball particularly hard. And it just kind of feel like, okay, maybe they kind of felt like, okay, maybe he was playing above his head a little bit, or maybe it was just that they really wanted Kyle Harrison, and that was kind of the price to play pool.
Mm-hmm. Right. Let's do pump the brakes. Excuse me. I'm struggling here a little bit. Pump the brakes, full throttle. Staying with the Brewers here. Pump the brakes, full throttle. Sal Frelick should be the leadoff hitter for the majority part of the season.
Full throttle. That's something I believe in pretty significantly, because I think he's more of a consistent on-base threat. And honestly, I think Bryce Terang has more power, so I think he's better suited to maybe be a little bit more in the middle of the lineup.
So how would you, because I was trying to do this yesterday, how would you do that lineup? Sal Frelick, Jackson Chourio, then it gets interesting to me.
It does. Like, if you're still trying to, if you want to go about alternating lefties and righties, which I don't know, like, if you have to. Like, I think if I was doing it, it would be Frelick leading off and right, probably Chourio second and left. I would go then third. I would go Contreras, catcher. I would go Yelich, clean up at DH, probably Vaughn, then Terang. Then you could go Rendifo, Mitchell, and Ortiz. So you're still kind of, you're not stacking necessarily, but like I'm generally not too big on, lineup order. Like, I don't think there's a magic order that suddenly unlocks everybody being, 20% better than they are.
Mm-hmm.
I just believe that you should have your best hitters hitting near the top of the lineup.
Right.
And the order of that, is what it is. But that is probably what I would do, because I just think in that leadoff spot, especially with the guys behind him, you want somebody that's going to be on base a lot.
Yeah.
And I just think that's Frelick a little bit more than Terang, and Terang a little bit more of the power is developed into the power hitter.
Yeah. Pump the brakes, full throttle. You're nervous that the Brewers are kind of putting all their eggs in one basket with Andrew Vaughn at first base.
I mean, I would say full throttle in that it's true.
Mm-hmm. Is Jake Bauers making it too?
Yeah, that was maybe, yeah, I think he is. I think that was, when I was kind of talking about how there's not many jobs up for spring training, he was the one I forgot about, but he would be the other one.
Mm-hmm.
I think that Andrew Vaughn probably maybe set a bit of a too high of a bar last year with what we saw out of him. He had over 300. Like, that's just never been him throughout his career. And yeah, it's possible he just discovered something, but it's also possible that he had a really good, 3.5 months, which happens.
Mm-hmm.
So, but like, I guess I understand it, but that's another one where, if we get to the end of the year, like there's also some other younger guys that could be playing first base.
Right.
So like, I think it's possible that it happens, but at the same time, there's options if that goes awry, I think.
Right. Yeah. I'm a little bit nervous, to be honest, just because, I hope King Vaughn continues to play like he did last year, but yeah, and I don't fault the Brewers for saying, hey, let's run it back with this, because, that was one of the better moves that was made last year. Pump the brakes, full throttle. The hiring of Pat Murphy 2 years ago was one of the best decisions in franchise history. I know it's still early, but still.
Man, it's like putting it in that scope. It's tough when you're like, would you say it was more significant than, the trade for Raleigh Fingers, when it was the CC Sabathia? Like, I'm going to pump the brakes just because there's other thing. Like, when he took over, it was already a very good playoff team. And there were other moves, I think, that, probably moved the needle from lower success to higher success more. Mm-hmm. But I think it was very, very important.
Right.
I just can't put it at like number one or number two. When you said one of that's kind of the spot you're
top
putting.
5?
I could see it maybe sticking in the back half of that, but still, like, I can't put it above like the CC Sabathia trade or the infamous day where they signed they traded for Yelich and signed Lorenzo Cain. Like, I can't put it above those, but it was still significant.
Now, let's say he continues to do this. Probably not going to win Manager of the Year. I should say that. Let's say makes the playoffs for the next 2 years.
Then if this continues to happen and maybe there's a little bit more success in the postseason, then absolutely. But we're not at that point yet.
Right.
I mean,
the arrow, is it like bracketology where the arrow's trending upward?
Yes. I mean, as much as we all love Pat Murphy, at this point, Pat Murphy has not done anything Craig Counsell didn't do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Pump the brakes, full throttle. Speaking of brackets in college basketball, the Badgers losing to Ohio State hurts worse than what last week was in terms of positivity for the Badgers.
I'll pump the brakes. I honestly was not at all surprised. Just coming off that week they did with those two, emotional wins. Like, honestly, I wasn't surprised at all that they kind of. I mean, one, I wasn't surprised they started slow because they always seem to start slow outside of that Michigan State game.
Right.
But I don't think so. I think at this point the Badgers have, as long as they don't lose every game the rest of the way, and I don't think they will, I think they have established themselves of who they are for the tournament, which is they're that team that can beat anybody, but they're the team that could lose to anybody.
Yeah.
Like, if they're a team that could make a run to the Elite Eight and might win you your bracket, but if you pick it, they could also lose in the first round of the playoff.
Yeah.
So it's like they're that ultimate boom or bust team. Like,
if they're that 8 seed, I feel like no 1 seed wants to play them if they get to the round of 32.
Right.
And yeah, they could be that one that advances, but you also have to have some cojones to pick that.
Yeah. Right.
So I think it dampers it a little bit. I know Ohio State's I'm not totally surprised either. But, I mean, now you got Iowa, who's also kind of a bubble team coming up here. What if they lose to Iowa on Sunday then?
Yeah.
It's like, because I even saw one bracketology. They got Iowa as a higher seed than Wisconsin. Now, granted, it's only 7 versus 8, but still, it's kind of a frustrating team at times with this Wisconsin team. But, pump the brakes, full throttle. Is Greg Gard, what he, I know it's kind of with the Ohio State one, but coming off those 2 wins last week, I mean, he's already tied Bo Ryan for the most top 10 wins in program history. So I'm not going to ask you if he's the best Badger basketball coach of all time or anything like that. But pump the brakes, full throttle is Greg Gard, one of the more underrated coaches in college basketball. Tom Izzo after that game said, you guys kind of calling out Badger people saying you need to appreciate him.
Yeah, I mean, Tom Izzo never shies away from giving credit to his opponent. So, I mean, I would say so. The caveat, though, is he's got to win the tournament.
Yeah.
Like, they're consistently, outside of a year or two,
outside his first 2 years.
Right, yeah. Like, they've been consistently in the tournament and, decently seeded and stuff, and they've had success. But it's hard for me to say that if you're not, making a run to the Sweet 16.
Right.
Like at the very least. And it's been almost about 9 years. I believe that, it's been
Sweet 16 when he took over for Bo, and then the following year they went to Sweet 16,
right.
and that's it.
Yeah, they haven't been able to get out of the first weekend since.
Bronson's 3-pointer in the corner against Xavier. And Bill Murray was like, what? That meme. So, no, I would agree with that.
Like, that's the thing. Like, if that happens this year, then yeah. Yep. But that's kind of the last box I think he got check.
I would agree. All right, that's your Pump the Brakes full throttle for this morning. We got to take a quick break. We'll be back with more coming up after these quick words. Pain doesn't have to slow you down. At Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, their experienced team is focused on getting you back to doing what you love, whether that's competing on the field, staying active, or simply moving without discomfort. From joint pain and sports injuries to advanced surgical and non-surgical treatments, they provide personalized care designed around you. Local experts, advanced techniques, real results. If pain is holding you back, take the next step forward towards recovery. Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, helping you move better every day. All right, Brandon, let's talk some more hoops, because we do have Bucks back in action tonight as they kick off kind of the final quarter of the season. I think that's fair to kind of use that as an example, right? So kind of looking at that. Besides Giannis, if you had to pick a player to kind of be, all right, Bucks will get into the postseason if this guy has a great final quarter of the regular season, who is that player besides Giannis? Is it Cam Thomas, the newcomer? Is it one of the other, like Dieng, newcomer? Is it Bobby Portis?
I'm very interested about Ousmane Dieng.
Yeah.
Just because, I mean, he's flash. I mean, and the thing that I think is very interesting with him is, like, there's still so much room for growth.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's only 22. And, like, he's come in and he's kind of been, like, an athletic kind of, I guess, burst, if nothing else. Like, that's the type of players this team has really needed. And so I'm just kind of curious, especially considering it was just kind of an afterthought when that, kind of an afterthought part of the trade. Probably not for them, but I think on the outside looking in,
mm-hmm.
As a guy that's 6'9", 185, obviously there's a lot of meat to still put on those bones there. I mean, that was Gian. We know what Giannis was like when he was younger. Before he was able to kind of really, commit to the weight room and get bigger. But like, I think the first couple games what I've seen of him is just being really explosive,
mm-hmm.
and I think that's something this team really needed. So I'm kind of curious to see if he can kind of build on some of the good things we saw early, because that's something that could be, beyond this year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. I'm curious on him. I'm going to go Cam Thomas in this route, just because. Is it fair to say, and it's no offense to Ryan Rollins and Kevin Porter Jr., but, and again, outside of Giannis, we're taking Giannis out of this equation. Is Cam Thomas the better scorer on this team?
I think so. I mean,
or
just a pure scorer.
Look, yeah.
That's what he does. Like, you look at his career, there's really not much else he's done, but he can put the ball in the basket.
Right.
And I think there's times where they kind of need that. Like, those are guys that can beat you, but it's almost like he's a guy that will beat you.
Mm-hmm. Right. Is the one concern, I hate to say it this way, but is the one concern this whole thing, is Doc Rivers going to get in the way for them for potentially to get in the post? Like, is he the one individual in this team that has the most amount of concern from fans? Because you
probably, yeah.
You don't know what to expect. Like, is he going to ruin this thing? I don't know. That's kind of dramatic to say.
It is. I mean, I don't know.
I kind of sound like Doc
if
right
he's going to
now.
ruin it when they're not even in the playoffs right now. But
has he ruined this season?
Yeah. I think injuries,
yeah.
Especially Giannis probably did more damage than he did. But yeah, I mean, I think that's just the wild card in the mix.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what does that look like? Like, now that they've had a little bit more time with, some of these new pieces, like how does the puzzle look now?
Right.
Versus how did it look a couple weeks ago, now that you got a couple different pieces in there, and how do those all fit together?
Right. Yeah, I'm a little concerned about that. That's probably my biggest concern in the last 29 games, because I feel like at times he gets lost when it comes to lineups and just throws out there whatever. There's like no consistency or rhyme or rhythm, I feel like, with it. So, I don't know, but do you think No, I'm going to save off-season talk. I was going to go somewhere, but I'll save off-season talk when we get actually to the off-season here. So, all right, tip time for tonight's game here. I guess this is kind of a pump the brakes or full throttle, but when you look at the Bucks' remaining schedule here, I mean, are we going to find out in the next couple of weeks, maybe a week or so, couple weeks? Because, okay, they're on the road to the Pelicans today. That should be a winnable game for the Bucks, right? That tonight should be a winnable game. Then they're home. Yes, Raptors. Yes, Cavs. Yes, Knicks. Yes, Celtics are all under, but they're at home.
Well, they play 9 of their next 10 games at home, which is crazy.
And the one road trip is Chicago.
Right. So from starting after tonight through the 10th of March, you're right. They play one road game, and it's in Chicago. It's a bus trip.
It's a bus trip.
So that is like, and then obviously you look a little bit further down the line, you kind of obviously it evens out, but like, I don't like that's crazy. Like I don't recall seeing that kind of significant, home stretch in the NBA before.
Right. And at a moment where that probably, fair to say, will determine whether they make the postseason or not.
Yeah, like you got to come out of that. Obviously, you got to come out of that stretch feeling pretty good.
So if we take that stretch, add in this Pelicans game, that's 11 games, right?
Mm-hmm.
7 wins.
Yeah, I mean 6 is okay because it's 6 and 5, but yeah, 7. I think you're
feeling okay. We're still in this thing.
Yep.
Anything under 500, probably it's trending downward at that time.
I would agree.
So, all right, we got to take our final break for this hour, but we'll be back to wrap up the third quarter. Then the fourth quarter, we're going to get into some controversial debates, discussions.
Oh,
little tease, but you can go to my Facebook page to vote up on that if you kind of want an idea where we're going to go with here. So, but we'll be right back to wrap up the third hour after these quick words. We got about 9 minutes left to the top of the hour. Hey, reminder, coming up March 20th, Friday, March 20th, we are going to be over at VFW Post 305 for our Hoops Skip Day. So if you're looking for somewhere to maybe watch a little college basketball, you can hang out with us. We're going to be doing the program and such over there too. So you can hang out with us, watch some hoops, have some good beverages. We'll have some more details to come on some giveaways and maybe even some free beer too. So put it on your calendars, Friday, March 20th at the VFW Post 305, located on 1300 Star Avenue in Eau Claire.
To quote Chris Traeger, it is literally a month away.
You're right. It is a month from today. I guess I did. Thank you for making that connection there, because I would imagine that's probably going to be a boys state too. I think
it's state boys. I
think
it's boys. That'd be, so that would be. So Friday would be D5 and D. Yeah, I think it would be D5 in the morning, then D2 in the afternoon, D1 in the evening.
Okay, all right.
Because 4 and 3 are on Thursday.
Got it.
Afternoon meeting.
All right. So, all right, we got about 8 minutes to the top of the hour. Are you excited for the combine next week, man? Yeah. I feel like it's kind of quiet leading up to it. Is that because there's maybe no draft intrigue at this point? I mean,
at this point, no. I'm sure there will be a lot that sprouts out of the combine. Because right now we know we have a pretty good idea of the number 1 pick.
Yeah.
And there's some other, I think, defensive players you're going to see go high, but I don't think we just learned enough about him yet.
Yeah.
We know Ruben Bain has short arms. That's about it.
Otherwise, and honestly, it hasn't. We're just 2 weeks away from the Super Bowl removed from this Sunday. So, it's still kind of maybe fresh in our mind here, but I feel like this is a quick turnaround, more than usual. I don't know why, but then next year the Super Bowl is even later.
Right. So it'll probably be, even more so.
Yeah. But, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just because I have a little bit of football fatigue, but I usually I kind of get a little bit of a intrigue sort of thing with everything, and it's just no.
Is part of it too on your end of things that the Packers would have a first-round pick?
That could be. Although
it would have been later.
I love day 2. I've told that before, but it does alleviate some of the stress and anxiety. Oh, what are they going to do? They're going to trade it. They're going to do this. Right. They're going to do that. So,
you're just going to be able to sit back, put your feet up, and watch.
And then maybe they trade into the first round.
Ooh. Maybe they draft another receiver.
Oh, God. That's the thing. We've all wanted a first-round receiver for how long, and that's probably the one position nobody wants to see, or one of the positions we don't want to see Green Bay draft in the first round. But maybe they still do. Load up on receivers. I don't know. I'm glad. Maybe it's just because I haven't seen it because I stay off Twitter more now. Nobody has clamored for Tyreek Hill to come to Green Bay.
I'm sure someone has.
I'm sure it has been out there. So, yes, my Doc Rivers impression is spot on right now.
Yeah, it is.
I am literally trying to find somewhere that could deliver a hot tea, but they don't have it on the DoorDash menu that I want. So, might have to try to sway somebody around here to go do it.
15 minutes to just have me sitting here hosting the show.
Or maybe I will buy you something if you run through the drive-thru and get it, and I'll put the mobile order in. How about that? Huh?
So you're kicking me out?
No. I'm just saying I'll buy you something if you go do it. Oh, got another hour of this, and then you got to get amped up for our controversial topic.
I saw.
Yeah. Although I am surprised how the voting's going.
I was a little bit.
I was a little bit surprised on that, too. Did you hear the news story about it?
No.
I know we're kind of teasing about it.
No.
Okay, so I'll tell you the news story about it off the air.
Okay.
Yeah. But if you're like, what the heck you guys talking about, you can go to the Facebook page.
You'll find out next hour, too.
That, too. So, but if you want a little bit of tease and vote on the poll, because we did make it a post-class Amir 715 Speaks poll question. So, that'll come up in the final hour here, too. So, but again, reminder, Brewers Spring Training, we will have the game. Coverage begins 2 o'clock tomorrow.
Hey.
On the radio dials 105.1 FM and 790 AM. So I have not seen lineups or anything like that. And I hope people aren't paying attention to wins and losses when it comes to spring training. I know like what one year when the Brewers won it, they all got like TVs or something like that. Wasn't that a few years ago? I think they won it, or whatever. But that's not really
the Cactus Cup.
That's not a thing, is it?
I don't think it
okay,
is.
I was just making sure. So, but yeah, I hope there's like preseason football. We're not paying attention to that. Unless they go winless, then maybe there's something. But
or they win every single game.
Or they win every single game. Why even play the season? Why play? It obviously is there. But no, I'm excited just to get to baseball games and kind of getting in that mode a little bit.
And like I don't know, like obviously I love baseball, but like spring training is, it's always still something, especially early on, that I just kind of take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
It's more like I will take away when good things happen versus like I won't take away necessarily when bad things happen. Maybe that's just the type of person I am. But like as long as someone doesn't have like their arm fall off or something.
Right. Surveyor with a good pull. You're starting to sound like Harvey Firestein from Mrs. Doubtfire. I know who that is. I don't know if I pronounced the last name right, but I know who you're. It's one of the guys that made the masks for. Yeah. Well, Surveyor, do your friend a favor. I'll buy you a coffee if you deliver. I used to love that movie as a kid.
Yeah.
I watched it all the time. As a kid.
Nothing wrong with a good old Robin Williams movie.
Robin Williams is
Sally
the
Field.
GOAT. We might have to do a podcast episode, top 5+ of like comedians, of our favorite comedians.
That'd be a good one.
Because Robin Williams, for his like the family movies he's made, he's kind of raunchy.
Yeah.
In his stand-up.
Sure.
When you look, his golf one.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
I love the golf one.
To this day, I mean, it's still perfect.
Yeah. And like, I think it was in that one too, but you can see like how many bottles of water he has. It's like double digit. Because he goes like
it's like
100%.
you right now.
I only got one.
Just how many you've gone through.
Yeah, right. I got a Yeti. He's literally got like 15 plastic water bottles behind him. But that might be one we have to do.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of Robin Williams. I love almost everything that even a little dramatic side too, with some of his acting.
Well, the was it 1 Hour Photo? The movie where he was like a
serial killer or something.
Yeah, like obviously that's way off.
Yeah. Or Where Dreams May Come. Patch Adams was comedy, but drama.
Yeah, but
too.
drama. Yeah.
So very solid. Bicentennial Man's sad. It's funny, but it's sad in the end too. So I miss Robin Williams.
Yep.
He was awesome. All right, we only got a minute left. Final quarter coming up. What?
What?
I got to coach basketball tomorrow too. Maybe I should keep this voice and sound like Doc Rivers. Then we probably won't do very well tomorrow.
Oh.
That's the other part here too. So, all right, shot clock's gonna cut us off here in a few seconds. We got some news updates, and then we'll kick off the final quarter on this Friday morning. Then you don't have to hear my Doc Rivers impression for the day. So, stick around, please, after these news updates. All right, final hour, final quarter coming your way here on this Friday morning. A little TGIF action. We got Brandenburg over there, whose voice is normal. So,
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. That's one of the nicer things you've ever said to me.
I've always wanted like the Sam Elliott voiceover, so I don't think I'm there. No. I don't want the Doc Rivers one. So, you ready to have a little fun with here? We'll get back to some more Brewers talk and baseball talk as we are getting set for spring training coming up. First spring training game tomorrow for the Brew Crew. So, just a quick programming note because we've got spring training games tomorrow, Sunday, Monday. That does intertwine with Bucks game on Sunday. So the Bucks game will be on our sister station, The Farm, 95.9, 1150, in case you're like, I want to listen to Bucks. Well, there you go.
It'll be there.
It'll be there.
Yeah, it's just, yeah.
Yep, because they're both on at the same.
Yeah, they're both afternoon.
So, all right. Let's have a little fun.
Yeah.
So there was a news story, or not, I'd seen this somewhere, but apparently some dude tried to sue Buffalo Wild Wings to change their name of boneless wings to something else. Like I think it was like chicken poppers or something like that. Guy lost. He lost. Brandon, I know you and I have had a discussion about boneless wings. And boneless wings is apparently a hot button issue for some people because they just like, there's no such thing. This is just chicken nuggets glorified sort of thing, blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, let's have a little fun with this. Maybe make it into a little segment here and such. So I put up a question on the Facebook page, and I was surprised at how the voting went with this thing. So the question I posed was, do you have any issue with boneless wings being called boneless, or should they be called something else like nuggets or even chicken popcorn or whatever? 66% of you said no problem at all because I love them. 34% of you said change the name, you filthy animals. So, Brandon, you are a boneless wing. You enjoy boneless wings. You have no problem with boneless wings.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Do you have a problem with them being called boneless wings?
Kind of.
Oh, you do?
Yeah,
okay.
like I like them, but like they're not wings. Like I like chicken nuggets, I like chicken tenders, I like chicken strips, whatever. But like they're not wings.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not like they took a wing and then they ripped the bone out and then you still got the meat. Like I kind of do.
Interesting.
I do. Yeah. Like I really like them, but I have a hard time calling them boneless wings.
All right.
Because they're not wings.
Well, I got a confession to make. I disagree with you. I've got no problem with it because it makes it sound even more manlier. It's just if you go with the boneless wings.
I ate 25 boneless wings today.
Yeah, instead of I ate 25 chicken nuggets. Or 25 supersized chicken popcorn.
Otherwise, here's the thing, though. I might just start calling, like, chicken nuggets boneless wings. So I could be like, yeah, I had some dinosaur-shaped boneless wings today.
Dinosaur-shaped wings. I never thought of that before.
Are those considered dinosaur wings?
Here's the thing. Somebody needs to take those dinosaur nuggets and put wings on them.
There are places.
Pterodactyl.
Yeah, well, there are places that have like the big wings.
Yeah.
A friend and I we call them pterodactyl wings.
Yeah.
Because they are massive. Like the place where you can eat like 6.5.
I really went into a deep dive into this last night because I'm like, wait a minute now. Why is there different sizes? Do they kill baby chickens for the wings? Like, because I know which ones you're talking about.
Yeah.
Or you go and get a bucket of chicken and you get the wings that are like the medium-sized ones in there.
Right.
Yeah, I went some research
You went down the chicken rabbit hole.
I did. And I was like, oh, okay, so that's how they do it. I was just kind of curious, because, I mean, you got the flats, you got the drumsticks, and then the wings that we're talking about looks like a bat wing almost, an actual wing sort of thing. But, do you prefer boneless over bone-in? Now, this is
as I've gotten older, I think I've really come around to bone-in.
Now, what size? Does size matter, though?
Always.
When it comes to the wings?
Yes.
Really? Even the small ones? Because you used to be boneless.
I did. I did. Like I said, as I've gotten older, I think it's just something I've grown to appreciate more. In many ways, my food tastes have changed as I've gotten.
You've gotten more mature.
I would say so. Yeah.
Okay.
Like and it wasn't. I don't know if I really had a good reason, except maybe I just wasn't exposed to it as much. Like as I've gotten older, I've really grown to really like Mexican food. Mm. Like I think when I was younger, I just didn't eat it much. Mm-hmm. Like maybe my only way of getting it was like Taco Bell.
Yeah.
But like, I mean, we got some really good Mexican restaurants here in the Chippewa Valley. Mm-hmm. They're like, oh yeah, I'm in. You give me some Mexican food and like a nice margarita or something. Oh,
I can't do margaritas. No tequila.
That's the only setting I can do tequila in.
Oh, just make me a shake. I can't do it because I just got a whiff of the smell like in my memory bank and I can't do it.
No, when I was younger, I had someone say that tequila smells like bug spray, and I've never forgotten that.
Oh, I can see that now.
But I can do it if it's in like a margarita, but otherwise I cannot. If someone's like, hey, you want to do a shot of tequila? Absolutely not.
No. I have no problem with either bone-in or boneless. But when it comes to convenience factors and dunking into a ranch or blue cheese, you got to go boneless.
Yeah, yep. They are more mobile.
Yeah. I will say there's this hot honey phase that's kind of coming around here too. That's not too bad.
Yeah.
I've had it on some wings. It's, yeah, not too bad. I don't know if it's going to replace buffalo or anything like that, but what's your go-to sauce? Are you a dry rub or sauce? You have to pick one. Somebody says this is your
Probably
last
sauce.
What kind?
I'm a good garlic parmesan guy.
Okay.
I'm not a big hot because I will eat something, which is funny because of the whole Mexican food thing, but I will eat something if it's spicy, but I don't like sacrificing taste for the sake of spice.
Well, that's the thing too. It's okay.
This is the hottest thing we have. It's but there's no taste. If there's no taste to it, that to me that defeats the purpose.
So my question to feed off that for those out there that do the hot, because you can see the temperature.
I mean,
gauge,
look,
right?
we've literally had this the last few years of Festivus.
Right. But I would say even the hot on that's probably not as hot as those.
Right.
But what drives people to pick that? Does it taste good to them and that heat doesn't bother them so they'll have a dozen of them? Mm-hmm. What's the purpose of it?
Right.
I want to enjoy
Is it just
my
pushing
meal.
the limits of...
Yeah. I want to enjoy my wings. I don't mind. I like spicy stuff. I like a little kick. But that's where I'm kind of on the buffalo sauce. I'm on the medium side.
Yeah.
I don't want the blazing.
Right.
I don't want to be burning, chugging some ranch and milk afterwards or a piece of bread. I don't want that feeling.
Right.
My face is drenching in sweat and heat. I don't want to look like C-bomb eating wings. So I just no. But I'm probably a medium buffalo with some ranch side.
Yeah, and I even still with wings too. I will usually venture towards the ones that are less hot, but just more different flavors. Mm-hmm. Like I said, garlic parmesan. I like garlic. I like
Parmesan garlic. Yeah, that's
but
good.
Otherwise, I'm trying to think of some other ones. But
once in a while, I might just crave a good barbecue.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
Dry rub. There's some good dry rubs out there too.
There are. I would say a dry. If I'm going dry rub, I'm probably a lemon pepper.
No. Yeah. I just don't. Going back to I don't understand the uproar for so many people that are so angry about it being called boneless wings. So.
Right.
That's just
I think honestly,
thing.
honestly, it's just a convenience thing. Do you want bone in or bone out? Bone. Versus, would you like boneless or would you like a chicken nugget?
Yeah.
It's
a marketing thing.
Yes, it is. I also think that's also a bit of a no. They're it's almost no. I'm still in the club of wing eaters. It's just that mine are boneless. But
I use a fork instead of my finger, or two fingers to hold them and eat them. Because I dunk.
I use a fork and knife when I eat pizza.
We did as kids. Sometimes it was fun to go to Pizza Hut and cut up.
As long as I got the red cup, the personal pan.
That's one thing I do miss is the buffet at Pizza Huts. The red cups.
The red. Soda always tasted better out of the red cup.
Yeah. Soda tastes better in general out of a fountain.
100%.
Wow.
100%.
I don't drink soda really much anymore.
No, neither do I. But this is maybe sort of related, but it seems like every person has their own thing that works for them as a hangover recovery.
Yeah. Mine was always chicken tenders, by the way.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
I don't know why, but
The thing I would go towards was wild cherry Pepsi.
ooh,
I don't know why. I think maybe it's just the sugar. But and I've always preferred wild cherry Pepsi versus cherry Coke. And I like cherry Coke. But I don't know, wild cherry Pepsi, for whatever reason, it would work for me.
mm-hmm. Interesting. That's
Yes.
that's a new one.
What was your, I said, was it just chicken?
Yeah. I don't know why. I just craved chicken afterwards. There's not a place. I remember, so I just throw them in the oven, microwave really quick, and they taste like crap because they're soggy. But I just wanted a chicken tender. I don't know why.
So does it just be when you got back from going out,
The morning after.
Oh, the morning after. Okay.
Yeah, the morning after. Oh, the night out, it's pizza. It's the grease and all that stuff. But it used to be kind of tacos, but then a bad thing happened after the morning after having tacos.
I don't need you to go into any more.
Yeah.
Yep. I can make an educated guess here.
Let's just say we had softball the next day, and I had to drive from Eau Claire all the way to Dorchester, and
ooh, that's a haul.
Yeah, it was a burrito. It was, good, not good times when you think about it.
I was way too old. I was in college before I had a friend of mine that taught me the importance of setting a base. It was just something that never dawned on me because we were going out. I was in school in Oshkosh and we were going out bars. He's like, "Oh, we should go somewhere, grab something." I'm like, "Okay, that's fine." He's like, "Yeah, we gotta set a base." I'm like, "What's that?"
Yeah. Nope.
Like, what? He explains it to me. I'm like, that makes so much sense. I don't know why I never thought of that. But of course, I was also younger though, so you could get away with that.
Right.
Now, my goodness, I
remember.
I just look at I could just see somebody eating a Big Mac and I could feel my butt jiggle.
I remember one time it was really bad. It was the end of finals before holiday break, and I had a cold. But I wanted to go out. So all day, I was just pumping cold medicine, and I was feeling good.
I'll bet you were.
PBR dollars, man. That was not a good next morning. So,
I was bummed because my last year of college, Halloween weekend, I was sick. I just had the flu all weekend. So all my roommates and friends are out, all, for Halloween stuff, and I'm just bedridden all weekend.
Yeah.
No fun.
So to put a cap on this, we started it off talking.
Wait. As we often do, we kind of
tangent.
Yeah.
But if you had to pick one go-to sports food, is it wings?
Yeah, probably. Although, so I still any environment, but obviously, I'm assuming this would count as sports food. I still love a good burger.
Yeah.
Just a good grilling out burger. Hey, here's the little tray of toppings loaded to your heart's content.
Mm-hmm.
I'll still do that.
I think I gotta go wings. It's just my go-to for a lot of stuff. So even a quick meal, go with the boneless.
Yep.
Yeah. No problem with that. So that did not go the direction I thought. I thought you were. You've gotten a little bit more. I don't like this version anymore of you. So just saying, don't like it. But there you have it. That's our boneless wing debate. We'll take.
It really wasn't much of a debate.
No. All right. We'll take a quick break here, and we'll be back to talk some more baseball coming up after these quick words. I just saw this for the Olympics. Crosby's out for the semi versus Finland.
Yep.
So don't know how big of a loss if that's going to affect him or not, but it's good. I mean, it's Sidney Crosby.
Right.
So.
But I mean that Canada team is loaded, but you'd like to be at full strength when you're in the knockout round. So
Right. I'm hoping we get a USA Canada.
Yeah,
matchup.
Obviously we saw what the first helping give us yesterday with a fantastic women's matchup. Even though it's worked out, I'm still not entirely sure what to think about 3-on-3 hockey.
Yeah.
Like I would prefer 4-on-4. Like in the regular season it's fine, but like I feel like or in like pool play, it's kind of like the ghost runner in baseball. Like I'm fine with it when you're just trying to get when you don't want something to go forever, but in the postseason I feel like you kind of need to.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be kind of the same as the middle round, but it's worked out twice for the United States, so I can reserve my complaining until if it actually bites them at some point. So
right, is there and this is kind of probably a very general, maybe difficult. I was thinking about this the other day. A winter sport that you'd like to see in the Olympics?
That's not there.
Is it snowshoeing?
Maybe. But I'd have to think about that a little bit because I'm not really sure offhand.
I saw it. I was watching it. It's a new one, I think, this year.
Oh, the
uphill skiing.
Yeah, where they're you got the people going up the hill and
yeah. I was like, oh, that's kind of like the Rocky IV going up the mountain sort of thing.
You have to throw a log. You have to get to the top of the mountain and yell Drago.
Can we do some log chopping in the middle of winter? Like some
firewood contest,
like the chain or the log in Hayward in the summer.
Yeah.
What do they call it? Lumberjack games.
Yes,
but winter in the middle of Russia, although Russia's not allowed. So, but I was trying to. Yeah, that's kind of a very general one.
Right.
And then kind of have an eye towards the Summer Olympics. And I know I was talking to Luke about it a little bit Wednesday. I'm really curious to see how they go about it with football.
Yeah.
I just. On one hand, if USA doesn't dominate, it's an embarrassment.
Right.
But on the second hand, how many of these NFL teams are going to let their play? Like, should it be retired players? Because where the Olympics kind of start and finish, leading into camp and all that.
The timing isn't great.
Because I mean, you think about it for basketball. Yes, they have their star players now. They didn't for a little bit there, but that's a long-term commitment to train and prepare for that. Whereas these football players, are they going to do that after they're done right now? Are they going to because remember when the Bucs won their championship, Drew Holiday, Chris Middleton, they had to go to the Olympics right away.
Yeah, because it was pushed back the year. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So that's where I kind of struggle. Like I think players want to,
yes.
But then when it's in front of them, they're like, oh, that's a schedule.
I kind of like your idea about the retired players.
Because right now, let's say Summer one was coming up this year. You telling me Gronk couldn't play in that?
Right.
Some of those guys. What about a Luke Kuechly? Just guys who maybe retired early.
Yeah.
Too.
Well, Drew Brees.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't have to throw that far, I don't think. So.
No.
And he's not. I don't know if he'd get pressured or anything, but.
5 banana, is that the official length of pass rush in Olympic flag football?
Who would be? I mean. Everybody would probably say Tom Brady probably could still play, but who would be the one retired player right now that you think would excel? Because I'm assuming it's going to be like 7-on-7.
Yeah. Man, I mean, now, but not that long after he retired, I was going to say Barry Sanders.
Yeah.
How do you pull that flag?
Yeah. Yeah, that would be just sick.
You get Dante Hall out of retirement or something.
Devin Hester.
Devin Hester would be a good one. Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to think of a running back that maybe still has some juice left.
Has some juke in their game.
What's Darren Sproles doing?
That's a good one.
Yeah, I was trying to think of some of those guys. But
our conversation we had a few weeks ago, Natron Means, I'm not sure he'd be super great at it.
It'd be awesome if they put in an old school fullback like Michael Stott into Olympic flag football. So I'm curious. I'm excited to see it play out, but I'm skeptical to see how they're going to be able to put together a team.
Right. Like you said, the timing is not ideal.
Because I wonder going forward, because you can't really right now, but with upcoming free agents, are they going to put it in contracts you can't be in the Olympics? It's like the Ben Roethlisberger motorcycle. You could put those stipulations in there.
Yeah.
Our teams going to start to, like, with their upcoming, you know, like stud players, let's say, that maybe these rookies that are now going to have their first big contract, is it going to be a part of there saying,
can't do that.
Can't do Olympics because we're not going to pay you all this, and then all of a sudden you tear an ACL in the Olympics.
Right.
I kind of wonder that. But
good question.
Yeah, I think if they decided to go with veterans, I think they could still win it.
I think so.
Recently retired guys.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah. When I say veterans, I mean retired guys, players and such. So, but no, I'm, and I think the NFL wants to be. Obviously, they're going to be involved.
They want to be connected, but yeah, it's just a matter of like how far they're willing to go.
Right. So as long as it doesn't affect their brands, their games.
Right. They understand how it can help their game grow at the same time. Like they don't want to do it at the expense of their game.
Yeah, because I mean they're so into flag football and like expanding that and such. So I got to get your thoughts, Brandon, on this 11-year-old. Did you hear the story about the Phillies?
No.
Oh, okay. So this popped up the other day. The Phillies have signed I shouldn't say signed. That's not the right way. They have committed $1.8, $1.9 million to an 11-year-old. 11-year-old prospect.
I'm assuming international.
International. Yeah. So that they committed their 2031 signing pool to this kid. Obviously, there's got to be, you know, like what are we doing for an 11-year-old?
It's it's also kind of connected to the thing I will see when like you will see like scouting services talking about stuff for like kids that are in middle school.
Well, there's 9U watch lists now for baseball.
Yes, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Right.
And keep in mind, obviously, I'm someone that, you know, covers high school sports for a living, but it's like, what are we doing at like that level? Like, kids shouldn't be worrying about or thinking, or maybe more importantly, parents shouldn't have to have that on their periphery when, you know, their kids are just learning the basics of the game.
Yeah. What happens in 2 years when this kid's 13 and all of a sudden he says, you know what, I don't want to play baseball anymore? I don't know the parent, you know, but I could see a situation. I'm not saying it's going to happen. But then it's like, you mentioned the parents, it's like, wait a minute, but we want, you know, you turned down $1.8 million potentially for, you know, the pressure of that. I remember when I was 11, I wasn't ready to make any decisions about what I was going to do. You know, what if he wants to play a different sport all of a sudden?
Yeah.
You're telling me an 11-year-old is going to stay committed to something without being maybe forced?
And here's the thing. Honestly, I think this thing probably happens more than we know. It's just that this was publicized.
Yeah.
You know, somehow this got out.
Yeah.
Like, it's not, you know, because obviously the international free agency is much different.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when it comes to, like, your pool money and stuff like that. Like, and it's like, this is the type of thing that probably happens a fair amount, and that's not good.
Right. And now I'm thinking about future stuff. Is this going to open, now that it's public, could this open doors for other stuff? I'm thinking, okay, what about colleges now with NIL? Are they going to sign a NIL to a 10-year-old?
Right.
You know, and then, I'm sorry, but, you know, marketing-wise, you hear about this 11-year-old who's this great at baseball. You telling me Nike or somebody doesn't want to, like, hey, we got to get in on this and that sort of thing. You know, I mean, that's an opening doors to that way, and that just puts more of that pressure on these kids.
Yes.
And that's where my mind goes. I don't know if it's because I'm dad now.
Right. That's 100% fair. Like, you're taking away more time for this kid to be a kid.
Yeah. Like, my mindset went, this kid's only 2.5 years older than Hudson. There's no way Hudson would be able to know right now. Oh, yeah, he'll say he wants to be a baseball player in the spring. Right now, he wants to be a basketball player.
Yep.
In the fall, it's going to be a football player. You know, so that to me is insane.
It's wild.
It is wild. This okay, this just popped up. Kurt Signetti has another new deal.
Hey, I thought I heard during the playoffs or something that, like, based on what he was going, like how they were doing, like there was a clause in his contract. I forget the rule was where like it would bump up his pay to like something among like the top certain amount of coaches.
Yeah, Pete, is it Thamel? Yeah. Per ESPN source, Kurt Signetti has agreed to a new deal at Indiana that pushes his annual salary up to $13.2 million. The deal will go through 2033. Only in college sports can you agree to a new deal, a few months ago? And then a few months later, hey, you get another new deal with a bigger. But Indiana, no question. I mean, they don't want to put anything out there possibly of Kurt Signetti leaving, right? And they want to shut every single door with that.
Right.
It's just, yeah. Well, and let's be real. It makes it easier when you have a Mark Cuban donor in the back pocket too.
But
good for them.
Yeah.
I wish Wisconsin had that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to complain about it. I wish Wisconsin had it. I'm jealous.
I mean, look, and the fact that it's Indiana,
Mm-hmm.
if this was Ohio State,
Yeah.
or Alabama, then it'd be like, that kind of sucks. But
Yep, I agree. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be back with more though coming up after these quick words. Yeah, Pete Thamo just said this is the third time in 2 seasons that Indiana has redone Kurt Cignetti's contract. So
that's a good thing, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, he isn't a spring chicken either.
No, he's an older guy. I think that's kind of one of the reasons why they're pretty confident he's going to be there for as long as he's going to be coaching now, because it'd be one thing if he was in his 40s.
Yeah, he's 64. Will be 65 this year, so that contract takes him to 2033.
Retirement age.
Yeah, right. So, Pat Murphy too. He's going to be sticking around at least for a couple more years, potentially till he's 70. But he does not. I think I saw one writer put out there that'll be right when he's in his prime, when he's about 70 and such. So he doesn't. If you'd have told me he was approaching 70, I would have been like, "You're kidding. You're lying." So you look like you were going to say something.
Oh no, it's like he's just. I think he would definitely qualify as one of those people that when you say they're young at heart.
Yeah.
The body may feel that way, but the spirit probably doesn't.
Mm-hmm. Now, I know some people are going to say, why was it only like a 2-year extension or 2 years added on or something? But I think, okay, you got to factor in age probably too and such. But I think as long as he wants to manage it, if they continue to have success, I wouldn't worry about it.
Right.
From a long term. Is it fair to say, and I know we've kind of dabbled on this before and such, but nobody expected this day probably where Pat Murphy would sign an extension to make him one of the highest paid managers in baseball 2 years ago?
Probably because, I think obviously you had Ricky Weeks kind of as the idea of maybe he's the manager in waiting. So maybe it was almost like you want to get to this point.
Right.
And then he took over, obviously then.
On the job training. Sort of thing.
Yeah.
But, I don't think anybody really, I don't think the Brewers expected probably this either. I think that's fair to say. I know. I was one of them who thought, okay, this will be 2-3 years and Ricky Weeks.
Yep.
But if you would have said, okay, Pat Murphy is now one of the highest paid managers in baseball, something must have happened. And a lot of things did happen for that. So, I mean, you're talking about back-to-back manager of the year. You lose Corbin Burns your first year. You win 93 games. And then Devin Williams and Willie Adames leave. You win 97 for crying out loud. I mean, maybe the expectation this year should be 100 wins, 93, 97. Let's get 100 now with that. So, but, it is a weird thing to kind of say expectation, I think, for Brewers, because you look at the roster and it's probably like, okay, but then you look at, but they always overexceed. Where do you put that balance
Right,
at?
and there's a lot of young talent. Mm-hmm. Would it be a surprise for, Kyle Harrison, someone who has been a heralded prospect, to figure it out with the Brewers and, suddenly be a high-level starting pitcher? I don't think that's crazy.
I don't think it's crazy.
I think it's crazy for Brendan Sproat, who, again, was a, top 100 prospect. Like, you can see the talent, throws hard. Like, would it be a surprise for the Brewers to kind of, unlock the best version of him? No. Mm-hmm. Would it be a surprise to see, some of the younger hitters kind of just take a step forward? Like, I honestly think this could be a year where Jackson Chourio takes that big step. His third year in the majors, obviously coming off of year one. I think year two, he was still good, but it's like, maybe people expected it then. Mm-hmm. Is it crazy to suggest, that, guys like Bryce Trang and Sal Frelick, just add a little bit more to their games? I don't think so.
Would you say, if you had to pick out a breakout candidate, is it Chourio? Do you does he qualify as a breakout?
I don't know if he qualifies, because when I think of breakout, I think of someone you weren't really seeing that suddenly has become like a contributor. Mm-hmm. Like that, I don't know if I would say that, because I think a lot of people expect him to be a superstar.
Yeah.
And he's well on his way. Mm-hmm.
I feel like there's a lot of options from pitching. You could probably go.
That's probably where I would look.
Yeah.
With some of those people we mentioned. Plus, I mean, you could still say maybe someone like a Logan Henderson, who has done well, but like if he's with the team all year, what does that look like?
Mm-hmm. Is Garrett Mitchell potential if he could just stay healthy?
That's the thing. Like, I just want to see what that looks like.
Yeah. Because
we haven't been able to see it. Like, it's possible he plays 140 games and, it just, it doesn't click. Okay, but at least then you have an idea.
Right.
But the talent is there. The skills are there. He hits for power. He hits, there's swing and miss in his game that he's going to kind of corral, but he's got power. He's got speed. He plays good defense. Like, all things being equal, like if he's out there every day, he's your center fielder.
Yeah. Jackson Chourio is a better left fielder, right?
Right. And that just strengthens your defense. If you can go Chourio, Mitchell, Frelick left to right, that's a darn good defensive outfield.
Yeah.
And then you can throw Blake Perkins in there.
Yep.
Like that's a darn good setup, but you want to see it. And for Mitchell, I think the thing that's been kind of frustrating, I'm sure for nobody more so than him, is it's always something different.
Yeah.
It's not like he has like a recurring knee injury or a thumb that's always giving him problems. It just seems like every time it's something else. It's like a game of head, shoulders, knees, and toes.
Right.
Like every time it's something else.
Yep.
And that's got to be incredibly frustrating for him because, and I think I'd seen some some of the reporters that were down there. He had mentioned to them like, there's a few times where you may have to learn just to take it a little bit easier. Hey, you don't have to crash into a wall to make a catch, kind of a thing. Like it doesn't have to be that way all the time. Like that's something that Byron Buxton's had to work through too.
That's true.
Because he would do these, and Buxton obviously has accomplished a lot more at the major league level than Garrett Mitchell has certainly. But like, it's almost like you have to 90% of the time it's not gonna make a difference. It's that 10% of the time where, okay, maybe I don't have to go hard to make this catch at the wall because if I make the catch that's great, but if I get knocked out of the game and suddenly I'm on the IR for a month, that's not good. You almost have to learn to pick your battles.
The way you were just saying, the one player that popped in my mind was Sal Frelick too.
And but even he, I think, has gotten better at that.
Yeah, because I know because he was talking about the other day, he was going to be on Team Italy, and then he's got the MRIs back from his season 8. There was a lot of issues, banged up and such, and we watched Sal Frelick play, and obviously we see it, that sort of thing, and I think he's still kind of dealing with some stuff right now and such. But you just kind of, I think that's kind of just a progression as you get older as a player, right? You kind of know.
You learn your limits. If you're a quarterback, you learn to slide.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
If you're a running back, maybe you'll learn to just, if you're near the sideline, you go out of bounds versus trying to cut it back inside and lower a shoulder on somebody.
Right.
Like you have to just, your best ability is your availability.
Yeah.
You have to do what you can. And look, in a big spot, hey, if it's bottom of the ninth, 2 outs, and the go ahead run is on first, maybe then you go all out or something like that. But if it's the 5th inning and you're of a 2-0 game in May,
you're not jumping in the stands for a foul ball.
No, it's okay. It's okay maybe to let one fall in front of you.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but no, I look at him and is there a player that maybe you're excited to see? You mentioned Jackson Chourio, but if you take him off, maybe. Okay, because we've seen him kind of getting better and better every year. I look at a Bryce Ring. I look at a Sal Frelick where you can kind of see growth every single year. Is there one guy maybe more so than the other that you're kind of like, okay, I'm waiting for that. What else can he do sort of thing?
Yeah, the quantum leap, so to speak.
Yeah.
But
is it Terang? Because I sure feel like they think he's got some power.
Right, and that was something that really wasn't, I don't think, talked about with him.
Mm-hmm.
Where he wasn't, he's thought about being like a defensive first guy that could maybe be like kind of like a slap hitter, like a steal some bases, and he's certainly kind of been that. But I don't think in any of his scouting reports as a prospect it was ever thought of he could be a 15 to 20 home run hitter.
Mm-hmm.
And that is such a big difference. It may not sound like much, but when you're getting that production plus that defense off second base, that is a rare package. So, trying to think of.
I just wonder what else is there for Frelick because he's not a big power guy, right?
Yeah. He's someone even just with his swing, I'm not sure it's there, but he's obviously someone that I think if he can he can hit 280, he can have 350 on base percentage, and that's why I want him at the top of the lineup.
Right, right.
You get that guy on base who can run.
Yeah.
On base in front of, and I would think if you're Yelich, if you're Chourio, if you're Contreras, you want those guys in front of you because you want fast guys in front of you because then suddenly you hit a double into the gap and you got a guy at first, he's scoring.
Yeah.
Versus if you got somebody else there, maybe that's not happening.
Right.
But yeah, as far as I don't know, somebody that maybe just for the sake of kind of wanting to see what it looks like, it is Garrett Mitchell.
Yeah.
Just because you see glimpses.
Mm-hmm.
And you just if you play, it's just play 140 games and again, if it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. Then
Yep.
But you're just teased right now because you see the skills.
potential
You see the skills.
Yeah.
you see the different tools for why he was a first-round pick.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, I keep referencing this, but 2 years ago, the Shredder rankings had him as a top 10 center fielder.
Yeah, for MLB Network. Yeah. He's got everything you want. And, like, that's somewhere where, like, okay, if you're looking like how can the Brewers maintain? It's like, well, you want to get more production from spots maybe you didn't before. He would be a prime example because they, just hasn't been much there.
Right. Yeah, I agree. All right, let's take our final break, and then we'll wrap it up with some picks coming up after these quick words. Wrapping things up here. Got Finland and Canada's in action right now. It's scoreless with about 13 minutes left in the first. So let's lead off with our picks with that, Brandon. Will it be Canada advancing? Will it be USA advancing? Finland, Slovakia? Who do you got as it's going on right now, Canada or Finland?
I am going to go with Canada.
I'm going to go Canada A2. USA, Slovakia.
I will go with USA.
I'll go USA. USA versus Canada.
Man, that Canada team is a real wagon. But I'm not going to pick against the U.S. in this one.
Yeah. Team America.
USA.
USA. Do you know what movie that's from when I say it?
It's from Beer Fest.
Yeah. Thank you.
Except that they beat the Germans that time. They can beat the Canadians this time.
Yep. USA. Oh, good stuff. All right, let's do some NBA picks then, since we've got we had games back in action last night too, but Cleveland and Charlotte tonight.
Cleveland.
I'm gonna go Cleveland too, although Charlotte did fall last night. They were hot before the All-Star break too, but I'll go Cleveland. Indiana and Washington. Again. Because Washington won last night, so
Washington thinks they're playing they're playing the Bucks.
I'll go Indiana tonight. Why not? Utah and Memphis. I'll go Utah. Miami at Atlanta.
Miami.
I'll go Miami. Let's go Dallas, Minnesota.
We'll go Minnesota.
Yep, I'll go Minnesota too. Brooklyn and OKC.
I'm going to go with OKC.
Yep. Clippers, Lakers.
Clippers were hot coming into the break.
No Harden now, though, too, either. So.
No. I'll go Clippers still.
I'm going to go Lakers. Denver at Portland.
Denver.
Bucks at the Pelicans. Pelicans are a 3.5-point favorite.
I'm going to go Bucks.
I'm going to go Bucks, too. Screw you, Pelicans.
Yeah. Big, ugly bird.
I was going to say, who likes Pelicans?
Big, ugly bird. They got gigantic, that thing,
that throat or whatever. Yeah, like where they could store a fish and water in there, like they just gulp it in the water. Like, yeah, right? Yeah.
Pelican talk.
Nowhere else. So, that's about it then for our picks. I'm not going to get into the habit of picking spring training games unless we're desperate.
That's one of those things where, like, if you're betting on spring training baseball games, please get help.
Yeah.
Like I'm legitimately serious on this. Like,
no, I agree with you. So, I just. Oh no, I thought we had a Packers breaking news thing, but we don't. So, okay, that's it for picks. So again, reminder: Brewers Spring Training tomorrow, 2:10. Coverage is going to begin at 2. So short pregame coverage when it comes to spring training games. Bucks are back at it tonight, though. 29 games left in the regular season, and they'll kick it back up tonight going up against the Pelicans. So we'll see if they can try to climb up a little bit further into the Eastern Conference standings to get in that top 10. I think that's probably, to get top 6 is going to be an instrumental climb. So, but
if you're going to get in the top 10, you might as well just get in the top 6, right?
Right?
Might as well.
Hey, you might as well win every dang game in these final 29. Why not? Go on a 29-game win streak heading into the postseason, and then lose 4 straight or 3 straight or whatever it is. So, but no, have you heard anything about Giannis?
No, it's been kind of quiet.
Kind of quiet, right? I know at the All-Star game he said he was 100%, just needed to clear hurdles and such. So, by the way, I will say
maybe they're waiting for him to come home.
Yeah, I know the NBA talked about. Apparently, there was a report about altering again the All-Star stuff, adding like 3-on-3 or what. I wouldn't mind a 1-on-1. I thought I know it's not WNBA, but the women's basketball won this past weekend, the 1-on-1 for that 3-on-3 league.
I'd be very interested to see it.
Yeah. Obviously, I don't want like really small point guard going up against a big center or something like that. But I'd be game for that because the ones that I watched, they took that serious.
Good. And that's the thing. I'm just wondering how many. It's a bit like the dunk contest. How many of these guys would be willing to put themselves out there?
Yeah. I agree with Dame too when he said, "Hey, him, Steph, Clay, Booker, and a couple other shooters for 3-point next year. Why not?"
Yeah.
What I want to see Steph Curry in the 3-point. I want to see the best shooters at 3-point.
Yeah.
No offense, Bobby Portis or anything like that, but that's not who I think of when I think of a 3-point shooting contest.
You think of dunks, you're thinking about
Khan. Why not throw Khan in there right now?
Yeah,
that dude's legit. So, and that's the thing too with the dunk. You got to get the names in there. Otherwise, get rid of it because I think we've done every dunk possible.
And that I've thought of that too. Where like, what do you do now that hasn't been done?
Right, and without getting like hurt or just doing something
or
evil
even just give it a year
Knievel-ish.
or two to breathe a little bit.
Yeah. So I'm perfectly fine just getting rid of it unless you can get your stars to
do
it.
Do they play like horse?
I thought they did one time.
At one point.
But they got that shooting challenge thing now.
So I guess that's kind of it.
Yeah. Why not? Yeah, throw in a game of pig. Shorter version.
Or you wanna get some corporate synergy, play a game of Pepsi.
Ooh, they should hire you. No, Sprite.
Or Sprite. Yeah, Sprite. Grant Hill drink Sprite.
Yeah. Bring Grant Hill back for this.
Some sort of a shorter name one, obviously.
Or you could do a throwback to the Jordan and Bird commercials, McDonald's, when they did.
Yeah.
That you'd have to do McD, MCD. Otherwise, we'd be there for a while.
Big Mac.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, do something like that. So, all right, shot clock's going to cut us off in an hour, and then I could go grab some.
A minute.
Thank you. Yeah,
I don't think your voice can handle another hour.
I don't think it can handle another hour. So, again, reminder, Brewers start tomorrow, spring training. We got Bucks tonight. If you're looking for the Bucks game on Sunday, it'll be on our sister station, The Farm, 95.9, 105.1 on the AM dial. So, where are you going to be? You got day off? Are you going to be catching anything local?
Oh, yeah. Tonight I'm actually going to be at McDonald Stanley Boyd boys basketball. Western Clover Belt finale there. So, yep.
And then the boys brackets come out Sunday?
Sunday morning. Yep, they'll be out, I think, 10 o'clock hour. They are, those are actually, yep, check your local listings. I think, one of the QOW stations will be broadcasting it.
Okay.
So that'll come out at 10. And then afterwards, actually, they're going to be also broadcasting the announcement for the girls' state wrestling ones, too. I think it's the same channel right after. So,
okay.
Yeah, check your local listings, as I'd like to say, but you'll be able to watch it and, kind of see how everything stacks up.
All right. Have a good weekend, everybody. We'll be back Monday, hopefully, with a more normal voice. But thanks for hanging out with us this morning. We'll chat with you again Monday morning.